Chapter 1886. The train was moving on the tracks. At first, there was a clattering sound, but after a long time it automatically became background music and was ignored. The train started again, and the movement was obvious. Noble consort, Lu listened carefully. The train is stable, but where is this clattering sound coming from? Everyone looked at Li Yi. You're the one who fixed the tracks, so why is there a clattering sound? There are gaps between the tracks to give space for the track to expand and contract. Li Yi explained. Is there a way to avoid expansion? Zhang Sun Xian was interested in technology. Yes, but I can't make it. Li Yi nodded and then shook his head. Is it difficult? Several people asked together. If I can make a seamless track to operate normally, I can directly blast the red-white palace to the ground and leave nothing behind. Li Yi compared the situation with a serious expression. Li Yi, who was sitting on the other side, was speechless. Won't it be more convenient to attack the Turks? He reminded Li Yi that there were enemies everywhere. That's right. Even if it's the place where I bring the seeds back from, I can still attack from Chong. Li Yi smiled at the other party. What weapon? Sui swallowed. Sky Cun monkey, a bigger one. Launch it from Haizhou and blast it to the red-white palace and further west. Yes, India, it's India. In less than 2 hours, people and animals within a radius of 100 miles will die. Li Yi corrected him in time. He always thought that the two ends of the country were the furthest, and everyone was more familiar with Haizhou. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and a trace of fear appeared on everyone's faces. After a full half-minute, Li Qingqi spoke first. Brother Yi, when will you be able to make a seamless track? That kind of weapon can't be used. It's equivalent to the night-luminescent pearl given to me by Boizhu and Isinba. Li Yi waved his hands. No, in the Tang dynasty era, who would use nuclear weapons to fight, machine guns wouldn't work? Cannons that could be carried and moved were not useful? The others did not have any good weapons. Bows, arrows, javelins, crossbows, these kinds of long-range weapons could not reach the Tang soldiers. Lock them up in a room where you can't tell the time for half a month so that you can vent your anger. He helplessly said, Why do you always mention my Tufan? He didn't quibble and say that he wasn't sure if the night-luminescent pearl would cause problems. If he wanted to kill him, just do it. At that time, both sides were serving their own masters, and both sides were unscrupulous. What crime did they commit? There were some people in the Lingyan pavilion who also beat us up before. Those who have obtained the world naturally have the capacity to cherish the world. Li Yi said, Don't let these two people who are always thinking of killing me for the sake of Tubo die in fear. They hadn't done anything wrong. The Chamberlain of Dependencies had persuaded others to surrender more than once, and some of them had become spies. Buqiao and Isinba were completely unmoved. They were loyal subjects. After Qi brought Zhu Dan over, the two of them took the money they had saved and gave it to Zanpu, telling him to cheer up. The merchants and students who had just boarded the train did not feel that the commotion was too big. The train was much more stable than the horse carriage. The wheels of the horse carriage pressed against the road, and the friction of the axle was no less than that of the train. It was their first time on the train, so everyone was very excited and looked outside through the glass window. They didn't dare to open the window and sat on the fixed chairs carefully with half of their buttocks. A palace maid pushed a cart and appeared. She didn't call for melon seeds, beer, instant noodles, poker cards, and so on. She directly placed a cup, made tea, and placed a stack of fennel beans. Brother Yi, where is the toilet? Li Longji didn't know if he was excited or nervous, but he wanted to go to the toilet. Follow me, Li Yi whispered and brought Li Longji to the toilet. The toilet was relatively spacious, and there was a flush toilet, mirror, and basin. This kind of facilities didn't match the era of the train. It had to be high-end. There was no disposable toilet cover. Before going to the toilet, one needed to wipe with tissue paper. Li Longji used one that only a few people could use, and the carriage also had extra water. The oldest train didn't flush, and the bottom was made of wood. When people went to the toilet, they squatted on it. Many people were imprisoned and escaped, and they ran like this. In addition, if the windows were made of wood, they could also run. Li Longji went to the toilet inside, and Li Yi stood guard outside. Not long after, Li Longji came out with a silk handkerchief in his hand. "Brother Yi, where did it go?" "On the railway. It fell directly into the rain, snow, and sunlight, and it quickly decomposed." Li Yi explained very bluntly that the train didn't have the function of storing sewage. Will the people be able to afford the fees from now on? Li Longji wasn't in a hurry to return. He stood at the junction of the carriages and looked outside. Li Yi habitually touched his pocket. He wanted to take out a cigarette. In this situation, if he didn't smoke, he would feel that something was missing. He put down his hand. There was no cigarette. He could smoke, but he didn't smoke. The poor people can go by themselves. There are relay stations, and they don't need to spend money on food and accommodation. Rich people, officials, merchants, and barbarians, they spend money on the train. It's quite expensive. The real profitable part of the train is the freight. The mobile population is small, and freight is the main source of income. The train is connected to the coast and between the two capitals. The logistics capacity is large, and the profits come from this. Li Yi never intended to let the ordinary people use the train. The relay stations were enough for the ordinary people. If you say you don't have money at the relay station, the constable will look at you and give you 2 pieces of black bread. The soup will be free, and you will stay in a shared room. There is a relay station every 10 miles on the official road. If you say you can't reach the next resting station by nightfall, how do you get there? Is there a white wind in winter? A snowstorm? Then why do you have to leave the relay station to go to the next one? Are you crazy? Now, if you want to stay in an inn, you need a letter of recommendation. If you don't have one, it's fine. You can't starve to death. The train is not something you can enjoy. Just a letter of recommendation is not enough. You have to have sufficient funds. Brother Yi, do you think in a few years ordinary people will be able to ride the train? It's cheap. Li Longji felt uncomfortable when he saw the ordinary people walking outside. It depends on the industrial foundation. I have a blueprint for a big bird that can carry people. The kind I can fly doesn't count, but it can carry many people in the sky. It takes less than an hour to fly from Luoyang to Chang, and adding up the other things, it takes about 4 hours. When my internal combustion engine is built, I will upgrade it. First, I will build a big bird for the military. It can fly with explosives. For example, 100 explosives can fly into the sky above the enemy's camp, ignite them, and throw them down. Li Yi drew a blueprint for Li Longji. It was a propeller bomber. Its greatest use was not to kill people, but to disrupt the enemy's morale. It would bomb the enemy's headquarters, baggage, and rear warehouses. The runway of that kind of plane was easy to repair. It could also be loaded with guns. If it was fired at the ground, it would be a terrifying deterrent. Just like in the era of valiant singing and crossing the river to fight, their own country did not dare to attack the enemy's reconnaissance planes. As long as they attacked, the bombers would retaliate. With orders, they were not allowed to attack. They could only hide and endure. It was only when a third party's air force joined the battlefield that the enemy's air superiority was wiped out. You don't want to exchange your life for it? Li Longji yearned for it, but he was also worried. No need. I built it myself. Third brother, you will know when the diesel engine comes out. It is better than the steam engine. Li Yi promised. I am also reluctant to sacrifice my life. Chapter 1887. Woo! Chi! The first train entered the station amidst the sound of the whistle and exhaust. Everyone quickly got off the car. There was still another train behind. Make room and don't crash into it. Hunan Prefectural Magistrate Zhang Shuo led a large group of officials to wait at Luoyang's train station. The winged knights and the 16 guards who had arrived in advance were in charge of security. Among the crowd, the villagers of Xiaolunan village and the person in charge of the Li family Zhuangzi were in prominent positions. The village chief of Xiaolunan village, Ma Jin, tried his best to stretch his neck to look. He was looking for Li Yi. The temporary county magistrate of Feishan County had a worried look on his face. He was afraid that if he didn't do a good enough job, he would be punished like the previous one. He had summed up the failures of the previous administration, which was that he did not keep up with the mainstream. He thought that it would be the same as before, but who knew how fast the rescue would be? When the river on Feishan Mountain burst, the people of Xiaolunan village split into 3 groups to ask for help. The fastest to react was naturally the Li family Zhuangzi Mountain, which was 30 li away from Shaoluo village. They were always prepared to deal with disasters and wars. Their things were packed and placed in the easiest place to take them out. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time after the news spread, a large group of people was already on their way. Following closely behind was the Hunan prefectural magistrate and the Luoyang magistrate. Magistrate Zhang said that he had to quickly organize the manpower to set off in the morning and arrive in the evening. Even so, the magistrate still had a sad expression on his face as he said that he was late and that he had let the villagers down. The county magistrate of Feishan County knew of the situation and was still wondering where to go. He checked the books to see the population and number of households in the area. Then he gathered his men to discuss how to save him, who to arrange for, how many things were left in the warehouse, and wrote a letter to the Luoyang magistrate. 2 days later, the people from Feishan County arrived. The people of Xiaolunan village were more or less settled. The Luoyang magistrate lowered his head and stood beside the magistrate, Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua gritted his teeth. As a result, the county magistrate, registrar, deputy, and lieutenant were all arrested. He had been transferred to work with Li family Zhuangzi's farmer, Li Guiheng. He was transferred from Luoyang County. He used to be the 2nd county deputy and thought he was very familiar with the work. Only those who encountered the Li family Zhuangzi found that the other party was even more skilled. They seemed to have a way to deal with such disasters, from rescuing to appeasing, preventing epidemics, leading the people to save themselves, reducing losses, settling them down, and quickly restoring their lives and production. There was a plan. Now that their Dongzhu had arrived, what did he look like? He only wanted to look at her appearance. There was no need for him to understand anything else. Standard rank 1 uniform. Yes, I know how to wear it. What's my rank now? Li Yi was waiting to get off the car. He, Li Longji, and the others could only go down after the others were in charge of the basic situation. On the way here, he hadn't thought about his official position. Now he was thinking about it. Princess Yongmu had already put on her princess attire and was helping Xiaolan serve Li Yi. She wanted to laugh. Who would want to be an official at this time? It was so fun to be with Li Lang. Xiaolan tried her best to think. She frowned. Li Lang, the coordinator of both sides. No, it should be called the dual commander of the Tang dynasty. Princess Yongmu felt that the name Xiaolan came up with was not domineering enough. Xiaolan stuck out her tongue. She didn't dare to compete with the princess. The dual commander of the Tang dynasty, other than the eastern capital Luoyang and the western capital Chang. And can I be in charge? Li Yi removed the 2 words. Listen to Li Lang. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan said together. Anyway, he would resign after using this official position. As long as he was happy, it was fine. The palace maids and eunuchs at the side noted it down and went to tell the others that Li Dongzhu had a new official position. Don't call him wrongly. It was standard rank 1. Noble consort Lu listened not far away and said to Li Dan, Xiao Yi is really likable. He's not as solemn as other officials. Because he's not an official. Yes, Imperial Consort Lu is right. He's not solemn. It's just that when he came back from the sea, he was very solemn. And Yuan, when she became a princess, look at her dignified appearance. Li Dan also said that he was a little afraid of his wife. Noble consort Lu ran to live among the commoners in order to avoid fighting in the palace. But he couldn't do anything. He owed her. The current emperor's son was raised and protected by his wife since he was young. His son had a falling out with him in private, but he had never spoken loudly to his wife. No, he had said it before. Outside the palace he shouted loudly, "This unfilial son is here to see my mother. Brother Yi in Luoyang, do you want to promote some beauties to imperial concubines? Noble consort Lu, do you want to promote her?" Li Longji asked when he saw Li Yi put on his clothes. He didn't avoid others. Empress Dowager? Empress Dowager? Okay, it sounds good in the history books. Li Yi thought about it and expressed his support. It's just a position. Just give it to him. The actual treatment is still the same. How much more can he give? The money and other resources given by the imperial court according to the rules could not be compared to 1/20th of what Li family Zhuangzi gave. Princess Yongmu's mother was Lu Jieyu from Hudong's Lu family. She was not an imperial concubine, so her status was low. She enjoyed the same treatment as Empress Wang in Li family Zhuangzi. When Li Yi was free occasionally, he would personally cook and have someone send it to her. Zhao Li, who was not cheated by her brother Zhao Changnu, was an imperial concubine. Had Li Yi ever cooked for her? Garlic and cucumbers had never been slapped. Li Yi couldn't give the position of empress to his mother-in-law. Mother-in-law was pregnant with a boy. If he gave her the position of empress, what would Empress Wang do? Who was the crown prince? While they were talking, the arrangements on the platform were completed. Li Longji's guard of honor was raised, and Li Yi followed at the first position on the left. His hands were in his pockets. The front of his left and right pockets bulged out. There were 2 automatic pistols, yes, semi-automatic. Automatic pistols were hard to control, so it was better to take out a handheld submachine gun. At super close range, a submachine gun was better than an assault rifle. When the threat at close range was eliminated, he would switch to an assault rifle. Then the heavy machine gun would be used for long-range attacks, and the sniper rifle would be used for fixed-point attacks. He walked down and thought of a set of attack procedures. He took out his hands and waved them in the air, looking like he was holding a submachine gun. He felt that this was faster. He could exchange at any time and shoot directly in his hands. It just looked strange. Others were in a normal position, but his posture was awkward. "Third brother, no matter what happens suddenly, you have to stand still. If you move, I won't be able to throw out a defensive shield." Li Yi lowered his voice and said to Li Longji, the target of protection had to be communicated. Okay. Li Longji agreed. He knew that his brother Yi could use his lifespan to exchange for something useful at any time, and that was a shield. In an instant, a shield would appear in front of him, the kind that no crossbow arrow could penetrate. Guazi led a group of people on the train. He held a sniper rifle but did not install a scope. The others used binoculars to observe the surroundings. The sniper rifle he used was a blind sniper. He fired based on his feelings and did not scope in. "Greetings to the retired emperor and your majesty." Zhang Shua took the lead. When the key figures appeared, they bowed together. No one knelt. "Thank you for your hard work." Li Dan spoke first. He knew his position. What happened after that had nothing to do with him. This was because Xiao Yi was here. Otherwise, he would not have shown his face at such an occasion. The sooner he died, the better. No need for formalities. Li Longji said. At this moment, he did not feel that his father was in the way. Instead, he told others that he was filial. Look, he was the emperor. His father was still well and healthy. How healthy was he? He had a child with his mother. Who dared to say that he was heartless? Why don't you let your father and mother, who are already so old, have another child? Chapter 1888. The troops headed towards the Luoyang Palace. The Tianshu had been torn down, and the new one had not been built yet. The Martyrs' Cemetery was to be built in Luoyang and expanded in Chang. The new Tianshu in Luoyang was actually the 10,000 Kingdom Pagoda. The original Tianshu was built with copper in order to pursue speed. Just like when Li Yi built the Eiffel Tower, it would oxidize. Li Yi planned to build the new 10,000 Kingdom Pagoda with stone instead of cement. Concrete buildings did not have a long lifespan. No concrete building could withstand hundreds of years of decay. Stone was the most resistant to the corrosion of time. Cement was not good. However, some glutinous rice and pebbles could survive for a long time. It depended on the level of the materials. For example, some bridges were deliberately stabilized by raising aquatic creatures. This was wisdom. Brother Yuan Chong, how have you been? Brother Huai Xin, you must be tired. Zhang Shuo greeted. He had always been hostile towards Yao Chong because of the struggle for power. In the end, he left and Yao Chong joined the regiment. Everything was Li Yi's will. Good, everything is good. Dao Ji should be fighting for the people in Hunan, right? Yao Chong said sarcastically. Some time ago there was a disaster. As the magistrate, I am ashamed of the people of Xiaoluanan village. Xiaoluanan village was flooded and asked for help from 3 directions. In front of me, I could only arrive late that day. The Li family Zhuangzi's mountain was 30 miles away from the disaster and was forcefully broken through. When I arrived, the tents were set up and the people were eating soup. No one died from the flood or hunger. I finally know that I am too weak. I was too late. Zhang Shuo said with a sad expression. The people had a problem in the morning, and he arrived at night with a large army. He put the Li family Zhuangzi in front of him and admitted that he was slow. Who did not know the Li family Zhuangzi's reaction speed? Compared to the Li family Zhuangzi, did you think the Ba Shui army was a joke? My logistics and organizational skills are comparable to the Ba Shui army. Are you not afraid that I will rebel? Everyone found it hard to calm down. They didn't know what to say because there were too many things involved. With Prime Minister Zhang overseeing Luoyang, our Li family Zhuangzi has benefited greatly. Now that there were telephones and telegrams, communication was convenient and easy. Zhang Shun had guided many of the younger generation and was well versed in politics and knew how to benefit the people. There is no difference between the two. It is all based on His Majesty's philosophy of governing the country. Politics comes first. Li Yi spoke up at this time to prevent internal strife. I only care about the people. I don't care about anything else. You can fight if you want, but don't hinder the people from earning money. The emperor is here. All the fighting stopped, and everyone resumed their harmonious appearance. Li Dongzhu, is that Li Dongzhu? We will kowtow to you. Kneel down and kowtow. Suddenly, a voice was heard, and a person led a group of people to kneel on the ground and kowtow. Li Dongzhu, look, the people have you in their hearts. Zhang Shuo was up to no good. He knew that he would not be able to shake Li Yi's position, so it was better to create some trouble for him. Haha, I said the wrong thing just now. I should have let you join the group. As expected, Li Yi did not care. He smiled and spoke to Zhang Shuo. Turning his head, he shouted to the people kneeling on the ground. I am Li Yi. Have you set up a long life memorial tablet for me? Yes, we have been burning incense. We took it from the temple. The commoners kneeling there began to shout in unison. They even mentioned the matter of stealing other people's incense. Where is His Majesty's memorial tablet? Did you put my memorial tablet and not His Majesty's memorial tablet? Are you trying to kill me? Li Yi shouted again. Yes, His Majesty's memorial tablet is above yours. It was His Majesty who helped us find you. Thank you, His Majesty. His Majesty will live to 100 years old. His Majesty will live to 300 years old. We set up a memorial tablet for Magistrate Zhang Shuo. He saw the disaster and did not have time to report to His Majesty. He personally led a team here. That's right. The general is away from the emperor's orders. The head of the secretariat can't do anything, but Magistrate Zhang is by our side. His Majesty is too far away. Magistrate Zhang's kindness is close at hand. No, Its magistrate Zhang Shuo's virtue. We are where we are today because of him. Magistrate Zhang's kindness is greater than the heavens. Magistrate Zhang is greater than the heavens. His majesty is too far away. Magistrate Zhang Shuo's kindness is near. His majesty's thoughts are in Chang'an. From time to time, various voices could be heard. Magistrate Zhang Shuo was praised to the heavens. Magistrate Zhang was speechless. He trembled. His whole body was numb. He looked at Li Longji. The corners of Li Longji's mouth were slightly raised. He looked at the others. They were all winking and trying hard to hold back their laughter. Dr. Li Dongzhu, brotherly, Gangro, I know I was wrong. When Xia Luanan village was affected by the disaster, I rode a horse and did not take a ski pole. Because of what happened in the morning, I brought people here at night. Previously, when we were in Chang, and I did not offend you. When Yuan Chong said bad things about you, I always helped you. Why do you have to do this? Magistrate Zhang was afraid. He played a little trick, but in the end he was dealt with. If he let people continue to shout, his family should be confiscated and exterminated. The people are too bad. There are even people leading them. That day when I went to the disaster relief, I was bitten by several mosquitoes. You guys are so heartless. Li Longji raised his hands and pressed down. In less than 3 seconds, the surroundings were quiet. I see that everyone is amused and even happy. When the people are stable, there is joy. When the people are at ease, they smile. When the railway was connected, I went to Luoyang not because of lack of food, but only because of civil affairs. The world is vast, but it is gathered occasionally. The Tang dynasty is rich in grain, and 1 mu of land can be produced. Although the law is strict, virtue is important. Without the people who support the government, there is no government to be done. Without deep patriotism, there is no rice to be harvested. Today's money is far away, but the sun is passing. Taxes are being chosen, but taxes are not. In the land of 2 capitals, both have the same policy. In order to let the people around him understand, Li Longji said a lot of colloquial language. Yes, this was colloquial language. Li Longji's literary foundation was deep. For example, regarding Jiangjiao in history, Li Longji wrote, I heard that the birth of scholars began with marriage, and in the middle with the emperor, and finally established themselves. This is the essence. If it is to change filial piety into loyalty and to be entrusted, at Li Yi's time, if 1 out of 10 people could understand it, it was the country's fortune. For example, some people did not learn their own country's language well. As soon as they said that they had learned sonnets, they looked very impressive. This showed that they still felt that they were in the ideology of the Opium War. Some people did it on purpose. Otherwise, they would not be able to find a sense of superiority. Li Yi had traveled through the past and the present. He knew everything and understood everything. Even if the sun had set, he could still write sonnets. Moreover, it was easier than writing poetry. He felt that writing rap and sonnets was a kind of blasphemy to him. Just you babbling and learning how to speak. Are you worthy of playing imagery with me? A full moon in the setting frost. 2 days remain between the 4 seasons. 3 parts autumn water, 7 parts color. Half like misty rain, half like sorrowful. Li Yi had always looked down on other people's literature because he knew other people's literature, but other people in his own country did not. He could argue with others about sonnets. There was nothing wrong with it. I understand. On the other hand, he invited overseas literary friends to enter the rhyme of the first line of the 7 laws with him. Chapter 1889. Li Longji's honor guard was set out, and the team went to Ziwei City in Luoyang. History was changed by Li Yi. Li Longji only came to Luoyang this year. The name was changed by Li Yi. Now that there was no Li Yi Academy, Li Yi planned to make it when he had the time. He also planned to print out the 4 books compiled by others. It was too tiring to copy and there were too many words. He brought the set of bronze movable type that Princess Jinxian had exchanged for and continued to publish newspapers in Luoyang. The important content of the newspapers was the same as the Chang and newspapers. It described some of His Majesty's matters in Luoyang. He made a phone call and showed it to the people of the capital. The books were printed, typeset, and printed. He prepared a few hundred sets to prevent them from being lost. The people of Luoyang were as happy as the new year. The emperor was here. Li Dongzhu was rich. Who didn't know that the people in his place had extra income? On the mountain next to them, many people were hired every day to buy and sell things. Some time ago, they had been building and expanding the courtyard. The road from the mountain to Shaluo village was wide and flat. The income of the people working on the road increased by a lot. Li Longji and the others looked for their own palace, but Li Yi didn't. His place was next to Li Longji's palace. He had been worried about it before. Would he live with his father-in-law after getting married? Li Lang, our palace is clean and tidy. I just took Xiaolan to see it. Li Yi controlled the drone to fly in the sky. When he was looking at the overall layout of Luoyang, Princess Yongmu ran over happily. Stay for a few days. After the court meeting at Qianyuan Palace on the 15th of September, we will go to the mountain to live. The repairs are almost done, and the place has expanded. Li Yi didn't want to live in Ziwei City. The place was small, and the hospital couldn't settle him down. The mountains in the east were good. The whole mountain was his. Whether it was a barren mountain or a place to raise silkworms, they were all cleaned up. The big mulberry trees were cut down, and the roots were dug out. The new mulberry trees could already raise silkworms. They were all short and not allowed to grow tall. There were also terraced fields, grape trellis, large shed areas, and breeding areas, replicating the Li family Zhuangzi next to the Bar River. Oh, Princess Yongmu responded. She looked up and said, "Has the phone line been pulled? There's a place on the mountain for the imperial court meeting." She understood. Everyone went to live in the mountains together, including the prime minister and his family, as usual. The palace couldn't be compared to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi was comfortable and idyllic. In the Li family Zhuangzi, even the palace maids and eunuchs were not thrown into the well, and there were no instances of them accidentally falling into the pond and drowning. 2 routes. Don't go to the same place to avoid being destroyed. Luoyang is indeed incomparable to Chang'an. The various squares are too chaotic. Li Yi said as he controlled the drone to fly back. He replaced it with a new battery and released it. Chang, and is under your management. The urban planning should be upgraded and improved based on the existing structure and foundation. When Princess Yongmu talked about Chang, and she was full of pride, after a period of time, Luoyang will become like Chang'an. All the dirty and messy things will disappear. The underground forces will definitely be honest. You guys are evil? Can you be more evil than my Li Lang? No, my Li Lang is kind. Luoyang is similar to Chang'an. There are a lot of temples and monasteries. Why don't we break the old for? Forget it. The books and other things passed down from the previous dynasty are still very precious. Many county records are kept. This is a legacy of civilization. I can't destroy it in my hands. I have to protect it. Yes, the various counties will copy a copy and send it to Luoyang. I will find someone to organize and print it, put it in the various libraries. In the future, whoever wants to write a literary work will be able to find it easily. Li muttered as he read. He had been collecting famous paintings and books from the past. He took pictures and saved them on his computer. He had several extra hard drives. If there was an accidental defect, he would find a professional to repair it. Whoever wanted to see it could look at it on the screen or through the glass. The drone buzzed as it flew. Some people looked up and saw it. They pointed at it. Work, don't just watch. Aya, how dare you? You dare to steal in front of me. I'm talking about you. You're wearing a straw hat and gray wooden shoes. Don't run. I'll tell you. If you go to the yamen, I'll consider your surrender. If you run, I'll send the winged knights to catch you. Yes, stand still. Everyone, help me catch him. I've taken pictures of him, stealing other people's coupons. Don't beat him, don't beat him. What if he dies? Stealing isn't a capital offense. Li Yi controlled the drone to watch. He found that someone took advantage of the time when others were looking up to the sky to grab a few coupons and run. Look, this kind of thing can't happen in Chang'an. There's work to do. Clean up some industries. Li Yi saw that the person was beaten up and walked to the yamen. He was relieved. He didn't care about individual thieves. He had to catch the people behind them. Thieves were organized. Few of them fought alone. This included beggars. The beggars' sect was not called that now. Those leaders could be sentenced to death if they were caught. It was a good opportunity to practice and work. Who do you know? You have to catch whoever helped you. He continued to collect data and created a complete map on the software to see how he could change it. The people began to spread the news that Li Dongzhu was like a god flying in the sky with a treasure. He was so high that he could see every move of the people below. Li Longji tidied up and held a meeting. Zhang Shua brought people of third rank and above to participate. How's Feishan County? Li Longji asked Zhang Shua. Shaoluo Nan village was washed away, and the other places in Feishan County were unlucky. The Li family Zhuangzi booked the hot springs. They're paying for it. Every family is building a new house with 2 floors. It's better than before. Zhang Shua mentioned the Li family Zhuangzi first. Zhuangzi's people were in charge of post-disaster reconstruction work. Hunan Prefecture sent people to record things. How's the public security in Hunan Prefecture? Li Longji nodded and changed to the next question. Your Majesty, the public security is good. No one closes their doors at night. No one picks up lost things on the road. Everyone, report. Your Majesty, Li Yi just used a drone to find a thief. The people are talking about it. Gao Lisher entered. Zhang Shua was speechless. Minister Zhang, please continue. Li Longji looked at Zhang Shua with a smile in his eyes. I'm guilty. I don't want any fish to escape the net. Zhang Shua pleaded guilty first. He wanted to bite that person to death. Li Yi used a drone to look at things. You actually dared to make a move. His Majesty is here. Can't you stop for a while? The crime of deceiving the emperor. Yao Chong was up to no good. What fish to escape the net? You're lying to His Majesty. Zhang Shua ignored Yao Chong and continued, the people live a good life. There are fewer people who commit crimes. Those who are willing to work have work to do. What's the plan for winter? Li Longji asked again. He also ignored Yao Chong. Some situations would change in the future. There were no underground forces that could not be obedient. If the Luo River freezes, take ice and store it. Train stations to transport goods. Concentrate on mining coal. Make coal blocks in the open space outside the city. Increase the allocation of funds for Grief Field Square. Ask Li Yi if he has any additional work. Zhang Shua answered from sales, heating, and subsidies. Finally, he pushed the question to Li Yi. He did not want to find work for the people. He knew that he was not as good as Li Yi. Li Yi's drone was flying. It did not seem like he was playing around. Where Li Yi was, what was there for him to worry about? The best way was to cooperate. Chapter 1890. Zhang Shua elaborated on the big picture, but he did not care about the specifics. Feishan County's new county magistrate Xiao Wei, Little Luo Nan Village's Mayor Ma Jin, and Li family Zhuangzi's manager Li Guiheng were summoned to the palace. Xiao Wei and Ma Jin's legs were trembling as they walked. They were afraid that His Majesty would ask them something. On the other hand, Li Guiheng's expression was calm. He wanted to end this quickly so that he could find Dongzhu. He knew everyone in the hall. If he dared to threaten Zhang Shua, how could he be afraid? When he was in Zhuangzi, he could see His Majesty every day. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The other 2 followed suit, sweating profusely. Li Longji did not think that the county magistrate and the village head were timid. He spoke to Li Guiheng first in a gentle voice. Guiheng, it must be hard for you to manage this place. Thank you, Your Majesty. We specialize in Zhuangzi. We were indeed a little flustered when we first arrived, but we quickly adjusted our state of mind. It was mainly for the sake of the people's livelihood and to provide more jobs while perfecting Zhuangzi's mountaintop. They took out a portion of their resources and prepared them specifically for emergencies. In terms of exchange, more benefits were given to the people, and the profits were lowered. However, the rules of business cannot be easily abolished so that the common people will know fairness. Li Guiheng answered smoothly. Before he came, he had already thought of what to say. He wasn't nervous. Even if he said something wrong, he wouldn't lose his head. He would still go back to his life. Li Longji liked this atmosphere and smiled. Will Shaoluo village be affected in winter? Your Majesty, don't worry. We'll lose some houses, livestock, and poultry, but we'll be fine. He built a new house for them. In the name of Hunan Province's investment, he was actually exchanging it for the hot spring management rights. The Drunken Immortal House's branch was opened locally. Now that the roads were normal, there was no shortage of customers. The people of Luoyang Palace liked to go there, and the villagers helped out when they were free. Under His Majesty's teachings, they are hardworking, kind, and simple. Li Guiheng didn't say anything about winter. After answering, he indicated that there would be no problem with winter, and the branch of the Drunken Immortal residence was opened. Xiao Wei and Ma Jin calmed down as the two of them were answering questions and answers. The two of them realized that His Majesty was very easy to talk to. It was as if they were chatting about daily life. What about the county? Li Longji shifted his gaze to Xiao Wei. Everything in the county is fine. Xiao Wei was so anxious that he started to sweat. Before he came here, he had also prepared a draft in his mind, but he just couldn't remember it. How many houses were destroyed? How many livestock were lost? Were the roads destroyed? What is the number of households in the county? How many people are there? Give me some data. Li Longji reminded him. Say it, don't be afraid. Count. This subject wants to look for Registrar Ma. Registrar Ma knows. Xiao Wei's eyes widened. After he took office, he saw that the people were busy building houses, so he arranged for people to check the storehouses. If there was a problem with the previous one, he would check the treasury and check the accounts. He would then hand them over to the military staff to convict others. He didn't need to worry about anything else. The Li family Zhuangzi had taken over. Now he needed to ask for the data and find the registrar, who was in charge of the data. And Li Longji was very disappointed. This county magistrate position was just a transition. The only reassuring thing was that he was obedient and listened to the Li family Zhuangzi's words. If he didn't blindly give orders, then he was a good official. Daoji, do you have the data? Li Longji wanted to understand the situation. Zhang Shua stared at Xiao Wei. You only want to clear up the accounts so that you don't get into trouble? This subject. Zhang Shua found it difficult to speak. Your Majesty, the data is always changing. Magistrate Zhang and I have discussed before. We will provide the data every 3 days, especially for large livestock. Li Guiheng took over the conversation. He and Zhang Shua usually had good chat. Today is the 3rd day. There are 5 villages under Feishan County. Xiao Luonan village is the largest. There are 165 households in Xiao Luonan village, and the population is 811. The other 4 villages have 436 households, and the population is 3,650. In the past few days, there were 30 new births and 6 deaths. The mountain floods destroyed 300 houses, and all the houses were rebuilt. The average number of cattle is 1. 2 horses are 0. 16 mules are 0. 55 and donkeys are 0. 45. The average number of pigs is 1. 5, and there are only 200 sheep. All the destroyed roads have been repaired, and the total number of normal roads is about 270 li due to the short incubation period of poultry. It is difficult to record the sales and consumption of poultry. According to the data model analysis, the total number of poultry is between 37,000 and 39,000. Li Guiheng recited the data as if he was very familiar with it. He didn't go to each house to ask, but there is a data model that can be used. When he finished, the hall was silent. Everyone looked at him, including Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei looked at Li Guiheng as if he had seen a ghost. How did you know? Li Longji raised his hands and clapped again and again. The officials suddenly clapped, and the applause was like a tide. Zhang Shua clapped and nodded quickly. He couldn't wait to hug Li Guiheng and kiss him. You are my brother. 20 seconds later, the applause stopped. Li Longji sighed, Alas! It is a pity that you are a farmer of the Li family Zhuangzi. Otherwise, you can be a county magistrate. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your appreciation. But in my heart, being a farmer is better than being a county magistrate. I am willing to be a farmer. Li Guiheng looked down on the position of county magistrate. Is the salary of the county magistrate more than my allowance? I have no place to spend my money. In Feishan County, is it useful for the county magistrate to talk to the people? Or is it better for me to use the name of Zhuangzi? Can the county magistrate meet the magistrate? I have no problem. Is the county magistrate nervous to meet His Majesty? I have eaten with His Majesty in the cafeteria. Can the county magistrate's baby meet the Empress? Empress Wang has hugged and kissed her baby. This time when Dongzhu comes, His Majesty will go to the Li family Zhuangzi to live in the mountains. If he wants to see His Majesty, he can see him. You, the county magistrate, can stay in Feishan County. That is true. Li Longji reacted and admitted that the Li family Zhuangzi status is higher than the county magistrate's. Whatever the county magistrate can do, the village magistrate can do. Whatever the village magistrate knows, the county magistrate may not know. When you go back, remember to organize the data. Li Longji did not want to deal with people on the first day, so he gave Xiao Wei a chance. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Wei's voice trembled. He looked at Li Guiheng with fear in his eyes. You are a village magistrate. Why do you have to remember these things? I have seen you a few times. You are so busy. How do you have time to remember how many things the people have? Bai Gu guessed Xiao Wei's thoughts and asked, Why did Guiheng memorize the data? When I returned to Bai Zaifu, I asked if I don't know the data, how can I arrange the post-disaster reconstruction? I don't know about the other counties. I only have a general understanding, such as the number of households, the cattle and horses that are updated every half a month. Feishan County is an area affected by the disaster. The Li family Zhuangzi intervenes, so it must be done properly. The village magistrates who came with me are all working hard. It is not my work alone. I think that since the Xiao family is newly appointed, they are still adapting to the teamwork. It will be perfect soon. When Li Guiheng passed on the credit, he did not forget to pull Xiao Wei up. This person is very good. He will do whatever he is told to do. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua nodded slightly and winked, indicating that he will not deal with Xiao Wei. Rest. Li Longji got the answer he wanted to know and told the 3 people to leave. When they were outside, Xiao Wei bowed deeply to Li Guiheng. Thank you, Guiheng, for saving my life. Brother Xiao is too polite. His Majesty has just arrived. How can he punish people? The thief will be dealt with leniently. Li Guiheng returned the bow. Xiao Wei looked for a place to rest and see if there was anything else. If there was nothing else, he had to return to the county. Ma Jin also wanted to leave, but he was stopped by Li Guiheng. Village Magistrate Ma, I will take you to see Dongzhu. Let's see if he has any good ideas to help the villagers earn more money. Chapter 1891. I want to find more people to fill the shortage of Li family Zhuangzi's villagers. What do you think? Li Longji was in a good mood. Brother Yi's villagers were really useful at critical moments. Moreover, they were loyal and did not accept bribes. The accounts were clear, and there was no falsification. Your Majesty, people's hearts are hard to predict. Yao Chong looked troubled. He did not object to Li Yi's recruitment, but he was afraid of becoming a spy. It's fine. I told Brother Yi that he has a way to predict people's hearts. Li Longji said with a smile. Everyone said in unison, I agree. If Li Yi said that he could predict people's hearts, then he could guarantee that he could. He might have even tested himself before. He was wholeheartedly devoted to the Tang dynasty, so he was not afraid. Brother Yi has never used this method before, and he will not use it casually in the future. Li Longji guaranteed. Don't worry, I won't suspect you. Your Majesty, what do you want to eat for lunch? Zhang Juling asked abruptly, changing the topic. Daoji, what do you want to eat? Li Longji asked Zhang Shuo. You are the magistrate. How did you arrange for us to come here? I sent someone to contact the Li family Zhuangzi's people. I think they already have a menu. Zhang Shuo expressed that he did not prepare any. Chicken and duck. Since the locust plague, every family in Hunan province has been working hard to raise poultry. Luoyang has a lot of water, so there are many ducks. Li Yi had just been asked by a villager. He chose to buy a large number of poultry from the common people. He would not eat geese for the time being. He then added, for the past half a month, we have been eating chicken and duck. We have been changing the cooking methods. This includes hairy eggs and dried eggs. We will first steam them in a pressure cooker, then stir-fry them and roast them. He did not have any other ideas in this area, including cat meat and rat meat. As long as the cooking method was reasonable, he could eat anything. Oh, he did not eat dead children, placentas, and he still did not drink other people's milk. Before the natural disaster, the elders in his family said that the production team had harvested the fields. A portion of the food had to be handed over, and there was not enough left for him to share. Everyone went to dig rat holes. There was food in the rat holes, and they ate the rats they caught. As long as it was sterilized at high temperatures, the rats in the fields would not spread the plague. This included eating frogs, sparrows, grasshoppers, and longworms. Even if the eggs had turned into chicks, they would still be eaten after being cooked. Usually they would be stir-fried. Nowadays, in the Tang dynasty, the people who read the newspaper all ate it. They had to cook it first. They could not roast it raw. Some parts of the food were not cooked well, and people would fall sick after eating it. Li Yi calculated that since there were many people coming over, he could help the local people deal with some of the things. Thus, they decided to have a full chicken feast for lunch and a full duck feast for dinner. Don't worry, there will be at least 400,000 people coming in this year. After the meal was arranged, Li Guiheng came over with Ma Jin. Dong Zhu. Li Guiheng shouted, tears welling up in his eyes. I'm not dead yet. Do you want to practice first? Li Yi's words were followed by laughter all around. Li Guiheng's previous emotions disappeared as he laughed along. Where's Steward's song? I'll be busy until the end of the year. Next year, he'll be taking the imperial examinations here. How can I memorize the questions? What if he doesn't get first place? Li Yi said that there were questions about filling in the blanks and pasting a large scripture, which were part of the memorization content. With the addition of mathematics and medicine, these two subjects were relatively easy to handle. Current affairs and the final poem were not a problem either, especially the current affairs. Li Yi wanted Song to get first place. How should he do it? What should he not cheat in selecting talents for the country? That did not exist. Wasn't Song a pillar of the country? What he was in charge of was current affairs. When it came to testing others, he took care of it well. Dong Zhu, it's not good to cheat. I don't think we should let Steward Song know about pasting the scriptures. We must be fair. Next year, let's all pasting the scriptures be on the Analects of Confucius. The Analects of Confucius is good. There's about governing a country, being a person, being a ruler, and war. Li Guiheng objected to Li Yi revealing the questions and said with a serious face, "He he he he." Princess Yongmu at the side could not help but laugh. She laughed like a hen laying eggs. Xiao Lan also covered her face and laughed until she squatted down. The people at the side turned their heads and looked at their bodies. They were probably all laughing. Only Ma Jin was at a loss. What were they laughing about? What was so funny about it? Good fare. Next year's imperial examination questions will all be from the Analects of Confucius. Li Yi gave a thumbs up and praised Li Guiheng for his righteousness. What do you mean? Ma Jin asked Li Guiheng softly. He realized that something was wrong. Everyone knows about the Analects of Confucius and is very familiar with it. It's impossible for there to be a problem. Then we will use mathematics, medicine, and current affairs to score points. As for poetry, it's not certain whether it's good or not. Li Guiheng explained, if you don't know how to pace the scriptures, how can you have the face to take the imperial examination? Do you want me to change it to the 1,000-character classic? The Analects of Confucius is easy. Ma Jin felt that he had been hurt badly. The interpretation is not easy. It's easy to memorize. Dong Zhu has given the annotations. The interpretation is actually not difficult. Li Guiheng explained again. It's easy to memorize the Analects of Confucius? Ma Jin was still surprised. There are no problems with 3 of your 4 children. The remaining grandson is too young. He's only 2 years old. Li Guiheng was certain. My children can also take the imperial examination? 3. Ma Jin was happy. Pace the scriptures. Your children are far behind in other subjects. If not, they would have taken all the subjects. Li Guiheng was helpless. Ma Jin was thinking too much. Oh, Ma Jin was disappointed. He thought that his children were amazing. Study hard. Teach your children how to govern the village. When the time comes, find a subject that is easy to take. If you pass, you will be put in an important position. Li Yi advised Ma Jin not to focus on taking the imperial examination. In the future, the Tang dynasty would need more talents to go down to the grassroots. The newspapers would always introduce the current domestic and international situation. Taking the imperial examination was relatively easy, and there was no problem of redundant officials. There were few positions for county magistrates, but there were many other positions. After taking the imperial examination, one would be assigned to a very low position and fight from the bottom to the top. Okay, Li Dongzhu, don't worry. I will definitely teach them to learn well. With encouragement, Ma Jin pulled himself together again. The distance from Xiao Luonan village to the county school is far. Set up a school next to the drunken immortal residence. There are many children in the village. If the adults are willing to learn, they can follow them. Li Yi said to Ma Jin. He was in charge of it now, and Ma Jin went back to arrange it. It involved Xiao Luonan village. Okay. Ma Jin kept nodding and then grinned. At noon, they ate chicken at Qianyuan Hall. There was mushroom stew, but it was not the most important dish. Like double-cooked pork, Shanghai sweet pork, shredded pork, boiled sliced pork, spicy shredded pork, Yuxiang shredded pork. Anyway, everything that could be made with other meat could be made with chicken, including twice-cooked pork. It was just a little thinner. It was a buffet. You can take your own bowl and eat as much as you want. No leftovers. Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and Li Yi sat at a small table. The 3 of them did not go to the buffet. Li Yi made sliced chicken with scallion oil with bean sprouts as the base. It was hot and looked like a small casserole. The 3 of them only ate this. They would go fishing at Luo River later and collect water samples. If the water samples were good, the fish would be left for dinner. Although everyone ate duck, it did not mean that they had to eat it. The fish that were caught also had to be dissected to see the situation. It had something to do with the water quality. Chapter 1892. Xiaoyi, what's this dish? Bai Gu came over with a tray and pulled a chair to sit down. Sliced chicken with scallion oil. Haven't you eaten it in Zhuangzi before? Li Yi adjusted his position. Just now, he was sitting between Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. Now he was sitting next to Bai Gu. It's different, right? Look, there is a difference. Bai Gu looked carefully and gave his evaluation. Yes, the money is different. The annual revenue of the capital government is higher than that of Hunan. We've almost reached the 50 million we agreed on before. I'll add another 1 million to earn more. This year, the Ministry of Revenue will rent out 51 million. Li promised. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay our meal. I'm short of money? 10,000? Haha. Xiao, you look at this chicken. It's so neat. It doesn't look like a 5-catty chicken. It looks more like a 6-catty chicken. Bai Gu picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks and held it in front of his eyes as he spoke. Bai Zaifu, where can you get an extra 10 million in revenue? Unless my Li Lang prints it for you. Princess Yongmu was unhappy. You're too greedy. You keep asking my Li Lang for money. Do you think my Li Lang prints money? No. You're the one who casually prints money? When Tian, don't be anxious. 5-catty chicken. An extra tail will not be symmetrical. An extra tail will balance the chicken wings. An extra tail on each side. Bai Gu immediately lowered the price. He didn't want 10 million anymore. 1 million. Another million. After he finished speaking, he looked very wronged and muttered, I didn't get a single cent. I'm like a beggar all day. Oh, Bai, you can forget about it. Who asks for 1 million taels? The Tang dynasty will be full of beggars in the future. Li Yi was amused. He laughed a few times. Oh, Bai, do you know where money comes from now? Many of them are luxury goods, and some people have taken out the money that they saved in the past. There's a total amount. Bai Gu expressed that he understood. It was impossible to always have money saved up and throw it out. Yes, money was the medium for the growth of wealth in society. The issuance of untrustworthy currency is not based on the production of the fields. Li Yi added, It depends on the collateral, including the appreciation and depreciation of the collateral. It's proportional. Bai Gu continued. He had learned about this before. If it's overpaid, I have a way to quickly fill in the capital and snatch it in advance again. 10 million is not a problem. Trust me. Li Yi said, If you want an additional 10 million in revenue, I will give it to you. Then, you won't be able to spend it, right? Bai Gu was no different from Squirrel. He only wanted to save up. No matter how much money you have, you can spend it. You can ask for it later, and ask for it after the new year. The place where you can take out 10 million taels can naturally increase to 15 million taels. It is better to raise fish than to drain a pond to catch fish. How can killing a chicken for its eggs compare to raising eggs? I'll give you whichever one you want. Li Yi laid out the matter and casually chose. Actually, I'm fine with any one of them. I just want to hear you say that it's easy to earn money. I'm happy. Bai Gu said as he threw the chicken slices into his mouth. As he chewed, he carried the plate to another place. I think he's just looking for an excuse to steal a piece of chicken from us. Li Yi analyzed. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan nodded. Yes, that's right. Li Lang, there are too many bean sprouts. After a piece of chicken was stolen, Princess Yongmu reached down with her chopsticks and found a pile of bean sprouts. Chang, and is cold, Luoyang is warm, and the fire is strong. Eat bean sprouts to cool down. Since we just arrived today, I'll give everyone chicken to replenish their energy first. We'll eat duck meat for dinner. However, duck meat is cold in nature, so it can offset the latitude changes. Chicken is mild, so mutton is not suitable. Li Yi explained the purpose of him providing the recipe. There were chili dishes for lunch today. It was like sunbathing. It was hot outside, and many people's first reaction was to shiver and feel cold in their stomachs. Luoyang was hot at noon. It was hot on the outside and cold on the inside. They would eat duck meat at night to help recuperate. Otherwise, there were many pigs in Hunan province. Why didn't they eat it? There was a lot of fat in pigs now. Lean meat and fat meat had to be counted separately. There was too much oil. Will they not be acclimatized? Xiaolan picked up a bean sprout with her chopsticks. No, let's drink water. In the afternoon, we'll go fishing and take samples to see if there are any differences in the bacteria. Li Yi was a doctor. He needed to arrange things first. Otherwise, if anyone fell sick and came to him for treatment, he would not be able to avoid it. In the afternoon, the others went to rest. Li Yi, who did not eat much, went fishing at Luo River. Guizi led the team and was responsible for protection. The cost of fishing was too high. Li Yi rowed the boat and brought the two of them into the middle of the river to take water samples. From time to time, heads popped out. Winged knights were swimming. The flow of Luo River was slower than the Yellow River, so it was relatively less turbid. After taking the water samples, Li Yi rowed the boat back to the shore. It looks okay. Let's put it aside and go back to test it. Li Yi took out a fishing rod. It was a very simple fishing rod. It was a silk and cotton mix line. The bamboo pole was just on the shore. He did not throw the rod or make a nest. He used earthworms to dig the bait from the side. He used local materials. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan prepared to catch the net and eat popcorn, real corn popcorn. It was not fried in a pot. That kind of corn was not available now. Normally, it was fried in a pressure cooker. Then it was placed in a roller to grind down the outer skin and irregular places. When it was fried, brown sugar was added. There was a caramel taste. Li Yi lifted the rod again and put it upstream a little, waiting for it to float down before lifting it again. He did not float. The current was slower than the Yellow River, but it did not mean that it was not fast. He did not add a lead pendant. He just casually tied a small stone to it. Then he caught fish. There was no other way. There were many fish in the river. Sometimes he could actually anchor a fish with a single hook. It did not fall but hung on the fish. This is for the young man. The rod is steady. Someone next to him was also fishing. He came later. Li Yi chose a good position. He always caught fish. He could play with a single hook without drift, which proved his previous skills. It depended on the weather, what to fish where the current was slow and fast. He used to fish in the wild. He did not fish in a pond. It was not that he looked down on pond fishing, but that his clients liked to fish in the wild. Pond fishing was better than fish. He could buy whatever he wanted to eat. Others fishing for fun, but he fishing for survival. He accompanied his clients well. The identity and position of his clients were more important. Luck. Fishing depends on luck. If I get a fish, it's a fish. Li Yi had no time to talk about skills with the other party. His fishing rod was very simple. The key was that he caught fish. What do you use to store the fish? The other party thought so. Luck. He turned around and found that he had never seen the equipment used to store fish. Everyone either used a wooden bucket or a net to float in the river. This one looked like a cloth. It was supported by a pole. Oilcloth, iron pole. It is usually used by the army. It is convenient to get water at any time. The oilcloth is made of many layers. It is strong and durable. Li Yi introduced the military product. This thing was folded. It came in two types, round and square. The round one had a balanced surface and could be used as a normal bucket. The square one was easy to transport. The structure could be used as a simple module. The round one was not easy to pile up. Li Yi brought a square one. It could be folded in various ways. In the end, it could be turned into a stick like a rolling pin. It was used by the winged knights and cost a lot. Where did you buy it? It looks very practical. Is it expensive? The other party had good eyesight. Chapter 1893. Li Yi looked at the person. It's not practical to buy it. It's easy to break after folding it too many times. You still need to improve the craftsmanship. I just like it. I have some money. If the price is right, I can buy it and use it for a while. What's the harm in changing it? The other party had the attitude of, I have money, I don't care. 1 bucket. Li directly offered a high price, making the other party back off. Buyer 5? The person didn't know what to call the folding bucket. After saying that, he took out his exchange voucher. Give this brother 5. Li wasn't afraid of other people having more money. 1,000 yuan for a folding bucket. What a prodigal. However, if he said it was expensive, he would be wronging this bucket. Ordinary people couldn't make the threads on the rod. In addition, ordinary people couldn't achieve the blending technology. A few minutes later, someone brought 5 folding buckets. The other party sent them away one by one and filled them with water to see if there were any leaks. They all passed. He picked them up and left. No one knew where he went. After fishing for a while, Li felt that it was enough. It was enough for more than a dozen people. He prepared to go back. A group of people ran over, shouting as they ran. Bucket seller, I want 5. Do you have any bigger ones? I'll buy 10. Get someone to bring it over. Li stopped retracting his rod and asked Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan, Did I ask for too low a price just now? The rich people in Luoyang are no less than in Chang'an. Xiaolan sighed. Li Lang, you didn't say that it's guaranteed for replacement. They can still sell it if it's spoiled. Princess Yongmu thought of the key thing. People who play fishing are really rich. I'll go back and design a set of fishing tools. I'll make the bait and promote it. There's hope for old buys 2 million yuan. Li calculated how much he could sell to earn 2 million yuan. He deducted the cost and could give all the profits to old buy to make him happy. The folding bucket was hard to count on. A set of fishing tackle cost 50 yuan. Was it expensive? He couldn't sell the materials used to make the nest. They were considered food. Other materials used in small amounts could be sold, but the price was expensive. In addition to the bait that was suitable for one or several kinds of fish, 1 rod could be thrown in for a day of fishing. It was absolutely impossible to fish out all the fish in the Luo River of the Tang dynasty. The bait was thrown in to feed the fish. Rich people fished every day and ate the fish they caught. No, they were sick of it. Why don't I open a few hundred ponds? Set up prizes, sell tickets, and mark the fish. Li came up with the idea of gambling in the fishing pond. As for the money, we'll discuss what time the pond will open. Everyone will come together. Each person received 10 coins, and according to their ranking, they would receive different rewards or items. The kerosene lamp could not be sold anymore, but he could not lower the price either. He would calculate the price according to the sales price. When others came to gamble on fishing, they bought bait, rods, and tickets from him. Even if they took out about half of their total earnings to win the kerosene lamp prizes, he would only earn about 9%. The reason why he didn't add a 9 was that fish had to be counted as capital, and raising fish required investment. Therefore, he tried to starve the marked fish as much as possible so that they could bite the bait quickly and end the round. Otherwise, others would catch all the other fish. What are the marks? Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan asked in unison. I'll tell you later. Sell buckets. Li stood up. The surrounding winged knights were ready at any time, and the group of people slowed down as they ran. One person carefully sized up the winged knights, then looked at Li Yi and guessed, Li Dongzhu. How do you know? Li Yi did not hide. He was puzzled. In order to prevent being surrounded, the winged knights did not wear uniforms. I saw them swimming in the water just now, and there were scars where they were exposed. Who can afford to raise them? Who dares to raise them? You're too much. Since His Majesty is here, the guards following him are naturally powerful. You're also selling novel things, and the beauties around you are different from the usual. This person spoke of his observation and analysis. The winged knight's eyes had a sense of oppression when they regarded others as possible terrorists. Do you still want to buy? Li was worried about the business. Yes, Li Dongzhu personally bought the folding buckets. 1 for 1. It's cheap. How many buckets did Li Dongzhu earn from selling one? Take it out and tell others. It'll be glorious. I'll buy 100. I'll buy 1,000. I don't have enough money on me. I owe them. I'll immediately send someone home to get them. Everyone clamored to buy more. Li Dongzhu was here, and the beauties beside him were guaranteed to be Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. How much did Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion sell for? The folding buckets were only 1 for 1. Why buy so many? Resell? No. Each person can buy at most 5. They're things that the wing knights use. Li Yi refused. He didn't have any more inventory. What if he suddenly encountered a situation and didn't have anything to use? 44 people bought the buckets satisfactorily and left. They promised Li Yi that they wouldn't sell and would leave one for him. There were also people who muttered that they would go home and put their babies in the buckets so that they wouldn't get sick. As expected, the asking price is too low. Alas! Li Yi suddenly felt the same as Bai Gu's experience. Money. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan covered their mouths and laughed. Li Yi didn't reveal his identity before. Let's go back and check the water quality and the fish. Li Yi put away his fishing rod. The others were responsible for helping him bring the fish back. Others were making a duck banquet, but he was checking the water quality and fish. He knew whether the heavy metal exceeded the standard. All cement factories and steel mills had high standards and were not allowed to directly discharge wastewater into the river. The people relied on the river for their livelihood. If they got sick from eating, it would affect Li Yi's life. Other people's lives were worthless against conscience, but what about his own? Bai Gu found Princess Yongmu. Princess, is Xiao Yi selling folding buckets 1 for 1? Bai Zaifu is indeed well informed. He didn't sell a lot. There are 44 people, and each person has 5 buckets, so it's only 220 buckets. Princess Yongmu looked at Bai Gu in surprise. You won't even let go of such a small amount of money? Xiao Yi didn't sell more, but it's not that there's no demand. If there are buckets in Luoyang, can't there be any in other places? Bai Gu did some calculations. If the buckets were sold for 1 million, he would sell them for 1 million buckets. When Li Lang is free, let's take a look. Princess Yongmu couldn't directly refute Bai Gu, but she was afraid that her family would suffer losses. That's the only way. Bai Gu couldn't call out Li Yi, who was working, unless there was a major incident. When dinner started, Li Yi strolled out. He changed into a white coat and a stethoscope hung around his neck. It was a duck feast, and there were a lot of ducks. Fortunately, they weren't fed hormones and antibiotics. If they weren't fast-growing ducks, no one would be willing to feed them. Everyone still ate in a buffet style. Li Yi came to Li Longji's table. He didn't want to be caught by Bai Gu again. Behind him, Tao Hong and the others pushed a cart. There were braised fish, steamed fish, boiled fish, fried fish. He took time to bring Tao Hong and the others to cook a fish feast. The quantity wasn't much, but the number of dishes was quite large. Looking at the situation, both water and fish can be used. Li Longji saw that the food could be made into dishes, so it obviously passed the test. The people's big vats can be used so they don't directly discharge sewage into the river. Li Yi understood the situation through the water quality test. The sewage he carried was fecal water. The people in Luoyang Palace buried big vats and kept them as fertilizer. The other places were probably stored in fecal pits. The operation process was similar to Chang, and the river water was clean. Chapter 1894. Zhang Shua, who was eating with them, had a happy expression on his face. Li Yi's words were praising him indirectly. As the magistrate of Henan province, he had governed the place well. Xiao Yi had become more handsome after not seeing him for a few months. He looked at Li Longji. Is he praising me? Yes, of course. Li Longji said with a nasal voice, It's all thanks to His Majesty's grace, the efforts of the officials, and the efforts of the people. Zhang Shua quickly said modestly. Look at Li Guiheng. He knew how to conduct himself. He had to learn from him. Third brother, Chang, and is currently short on manpower and busy with work. When we return next year, we can add a prime minister. The assistant minister of works, Li Yuanhong, should be familiar with government affairs. He can be transferred to Hunan province. Li wanted to bring Zhang Shua back and control the people in the Tuan. He and Yao Chong were worried. In this way, the Tuan patrols would be more meticulous. They would cooperate with Gao Lisher's people and the imperial court's people. In addition, they had the responsibility of supervising the printing of the newspapers. It was under the control of the Li family Zhuangzi. With so many parties supervising each other, who would dare to turn a blind eye? We'll discuss it again. Li Longji deliberately ignored Zhang Shua's yearning and longing. He needed Zhang Shua to show off. You can't be too harmonious in your daily life. For example, when Li Yi was in charge, which county, city, or province's first and second leaders were harmonious? If they dared to be harmonious, then they would be harmonious too. Was Li Yi's contribution and authority big? The prime ministers still had to show some appreciation. They would occasionally find trouble with him, no matter how big or small. Zhang Shua looked at his colleagues and took a deep breath. He reached out his chopsticks and picked up the duck's head. He was not lacking in political wisdom. Zhang Jiling smiled. He was on good terms with Li Yi, but he always quarreled with others because of Li Yi. He was able to become a prime minister not only because of his ability, but also because he disagreed with Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan. In the end, he resigned in anger. Choosing Baigu as the prime minister meant that Baigu's social circle was different. He chose Song Jing to be the prime minister because Song Jing had a good relationship with Yao Chong. After choosing Su Yi as the chancellor, Su Yi had a close relationship with Zhang Shua. At this time, Li Longji was very skilled. Unfortunately, he encountered his brother Yi. He had no way to find someone to balance him out. He was unreasonably strong. He had no choice but to win him over himself. Gradually, he got used to Brother Yi's lack of ambition. Princess Yongmu was in another position to tell the people in the imperial harem the story of Li Yi's fishing. He threw the hook into the water and it floated down. Every time he threw it, it floated down. He actually caught a lot of fish. Yuan, are you going to open another fragrance pavilion in Hunan? Empress Wang glanced at her daughter, who was sleeping soundly after drinking milk, with a kind look in her eyes. She felt that her daughter was like her. She was very active, always kicking her legs, clenching her small fists and grabbing people with her hands was very painful. I don't know. I have to ask Li Lang. He should open it. I can't find anything to do. Princess Yongmu was not worried. Other women from rich families were not allowed to do business in public. Women should communicate with each other. She was an unmarried princess, and she already had a husband. It was even more impossible for her to do business. However, she could have her own business. It was like playing. She did not have any worries, and there was no pressure to sell. Thinking of this, she was very happy. She used her chopsticks to cut a big piece of braised fish meat and stuffed it into her mouth. She smiled until her eyes narrowed and her eyebrows curved. In another place, village chief Ma Jin, Xiao Wei, and Li Guiheng were eating. Every few minutes, he would pick up some food and put it in his mouth. He was waiting for dinner to end. He went back with Xiao Wei tonight. Li Guiheng said that there would be a lot of leftover food for the villagers to eat. He asked for extra wine to drink with the villagers. Now that he was full, he would not be able to eat. Xiao Wei also had something to pack. It was a roast duck, fat and fragrant roast duck. He brought it to the officials in the county. Even if it was the yamen runner, he would at least give one. He decided to distribute it personally. He did not dare to let others handle it. If someone embezzled a few, the emperor would die in Luoyang. You dare to embezzle the emperor's favor. Are you going to tamper with the emperor's imperial edict? I don't care who wants to die. Don't implicate me. I just broke through the gates of hell. I almost died. Guiheng, how do we take the duck soup away? Ma Jean stared at the small bowl of soup on the table. He had scooped it himself and did not drink it. Soup? Put some green onions and coriander on the duck rack. Put the green onions and coriander later. When you go back, bring the duck rack. A smoked duck rack will not spoil in a few hours. Our Shaluo village makes our own soup. The duck rack soup is fresh and has no meat. We can't bear to throw it away. It is a pity to throw it away. There is no gain in eating it. Xiao Wei said, quoting the classics. Xiao Ming residence is really full of poetry. Li Guiheng put down his chopsticks and cupped his fist. Xiao Wei, he felt humiliated, but there was no evidence. Other people's village lords were real villagers. The Li family Zhuangzi's village lord was more powerful than the county magistrate. Have you ever seen a manor lord using an abacus in one hand to fill out a form in the other? He even muttered, the number of piglets, the number of castrated pigs, the number of breeding boars, the proportion of sows is poor. If that's the case, I want to buy a few villages. People should always give themselves a dream, right? Guiheng, the roast duck you gave to the county magistrate. After cutting the duck rack, cook the soup with refined salt and large grains of salt? Xiao Wei adjusted his state of mind and asked after calming down. We have a set of tools and material bags. We use a special slicing knife. The owner gave us a kitchen knife. It's made of steel and is used on the blade. This way, the magistrate will have a good kitchen knife and it will be more convenient to cut other things. There are a lot of bags, not only for the soup, but also for the return journey from the Ming residence. Don't worry, once Dongzhu arrives, there will be no need to worry about logistics. Us villagers will not be able to compare to Dongzhu. We are just like ants. Li Guiheng introduced, and at the end he also quoted from the classics. Are you still giving out wok? Ma Jean understood part of it and asked with a smile. Yes, the magistrate of Feishan County. Each person will have a 3-foot 3-inch iron wok. The owner said that seeing the pot is the same as seeing the country. Where the pot exists, the country exists. Li Guiheng did not smile this time, and his expression was solemn. When I return, I will definitely clean up the county magistrate. I will not let the people have no food in the wok, and I will not let the Tang dynasty suffer any losses. Xiao Wei understood. Giving out knives and wok. If there is a problem, there must be blood. Dr. Li is too ruthless. How can he take the benefits for free? No wonder people say that the officials of the capital office are clean and honest. If they are not, they will lose their lives. With the Ming residents, the people of Feishan County and the people of the 5 villages will be lucky. However, the Ming residents must not indulge in the heavy work of the county magistrate and must go out to experience the people's lives. Therefore, Xiao Luonan Village's Drunken Immortal Tavern membership card. Ming Fu took one, so that when the common people are suffering, they can stay at my humble abode. Li Guiheng took out a Drunken Immortal Tavern membership card from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Wei with both hands. Xiao Wei was moved to accept it with both hands. When he received it, he suddenly realized that the other party was bribing him. You. Xiao Wei was not stupid, he just did not understand. Chang, an earthly paradise, the prime minister, minister, and assistant minister all have membership cards. His Majesty is very kind. Li Guiheng gave an example. Don't be afraid. Everyone knows that His Majesty giving money to the officials is not a bribe. Chapter 1895. Li Lang, shall we go out for a walk? Princess Yongmu wanted to see Luoyang Palace after dinner. Luoyang Palace was not a palace. It was the same as Chang'an City. Luoyang's Ziwei City was equivalent to Chang'an's Imperial City. Luoyang's Imperial City was much smaller than Chang'an's Imperial City. The eastern region of Taihang Mountains was like a plague of locusts. Hunan Prefecture was the first to bear the brunt. And was unavoidable due to the drought in Guangzhou. Princess Yongmu planned to stroll around and shop with her boyfriend. In 2 days, we will start to deal with the underground forces in Luoyang. A large number of people will be arrested. Are you willing to walk around and see a group of people being escorted? Li Yi gave the order. Li family Zhuangzi collected a large amount of intelligence and information here. They just needed to arrest people according to the list. Nothing happened in Luoyang Palace. Gao Lishir and Yang Saisen had been instructed by Li Yi in advance to deal with it properly. Others thought that His Majesty had just arrived and did not impose punishments. Li Yi also hinted so. In fact, he couldn't wait for a day. Hinting was to numb others. He was skilled in this kind of method. He would tell you that there was nothing wrong while collecting evidence and suddenly taking action. If he didn't have this kind of skill, how could he support a medical equipment company? When it came to medical equipment companies, wasn't it normal to have a few people die? Moreover, every death was an accident or suicide. In a war between countries, one side would first say that they would give the other side a chance to negotiate and prepare to meet the leaders. In the end, the first night at dinner, they would announce that they would solve the problem peacefully. In the middle of the night, the bombing would arrive. Find someone to drink wine, and the executioners would be lying in ambush. Play a game with you while drinking. Dance with the sword and smash the cup as a signal. Li Yi wanted to cut the Gordian knot, so his method was slightly the winged knights, under the guidance of mannerly family Zhuangzi, went around arresting people. If anyone dared to resist, they would be killed without mercy. During the day, he would give an explanation. At night, it was another operation. Princess Yongmu didn't know. Li Yi never said anything about the arrangements. Right now, Princess Yongmu's eyes were wide open and her mouth was slightly agape. She looked excited. Li Lang, go and take a look. When you see the bad guys being caught, beat them up and break their legs. Princess Yongmu strongly requested. Li Yi, he looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan's eyes were shining, and she couldn't wait. Li Yi wanted to grab the person who wrote the history book and beat him up. He wanted to break his legs. No, break his hands. Who? Who was it? Who wrote that Princess Yongmu was benevolent, filial, upright, and beautiful? Just like that. Li Yi asked tentatively. Yes. Listen to Li Lang. Princess Yongmu approached Li Yi and kissed Li Yi. If you kiss this side, where are you squeezing? Let's go. Li Yi said to Xiaolan, who was in a bad position and wanted to kiss him. Xiaolan pouted. Obviously, she couldn't kiss him anymore. How did she find the position just now? Be careful next time. The three of them went out again. Guazi led the winged knights in disguise, but they didn't wear uniforms or emblems. The guards of the Li family's farmstead were the real ones in disguise. There were those who carried poles, those who pushed carts, those who drove livestock, those who waved banners, those who told fortunes, and those who were missing a leg who walked on crutches. There was also a group of female special operations team members. These women were beautiful and didn't look like the burly female guards. At the same time, Chang and should be wearing more clothes. The weather in Luoyang was still hot. Li Yi walked on the right side of Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. Tang Chao walked on the left side, so he was on the right side. He could face the threat from the opposite side immediately. Don't run around. If something happens, immediately lie down. I will shoot indiscriminately. Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. I know. Everyone will lie down, Princess Yongmu replied. For a moment, she was a little nervous, as if a battle was about to break out. The winged knights had long understood. When they sensed danger, the important people under protection would lie down and they would crouch down and attack. Then the Dongzhu would activate indiscriminate and high firepower mode. They had only practiced it once. It felt heavy and memorable. They could even wake up from their dreams. Didn't you say that you would give us a chance to change before the end of the year? You liars! A man with a bloody head and his arms tied behind his back shouted. He couldn't accept it. He felt that he had been deceived. His Majesty, should have granted amnesty to everyone. He was still thinking about changing his style, but he was caught. He wanted to run, but when he was on the roof, he was kicked down and almost fell to his death. Bang! A stick hit his head, and more blood flowed out faster. You caught women and lied to them, saying that you would let them go as long as they received customers once. But when you did it again and again, did you ever think that they would be deceived? The person who hit him continued to whip and question him. I didn't. I'm innocent. You're innocent? The women who died unjustly are waiting for you. When the Li family Zhuangzi catches people, there are only those who escape. There are no unjustly accused. I'm willing to talk about other people. They're worse than me. Go back and talk. If it's useful, you might not die. When everyone was strolling, they saw and heard Li Yi looking at Princess Yongmu. Did he mean that she still wanted to continue? Li Lang, this person deserves to be killed. He bullied women. Princess Yongmu wanted to beat him up if she didn't care about her status. It doesn't matter if you kill him. Kill the umbrella. If the evil forces can do this, they must be protected by the government. Li Yi shook his head. There was no point in beating this person. He would feel pain if he hit him with his fists and legs. It would be tiring to hit him with tools. It would be difficult to continue investigating if he killed him. In many cases, people who took bribes were also cautious. Li Lang. Princess Yongmu's voice became gentle. It's not good for you to abandon your main business. You're an existence that can perform surgery. Without Chang, and there's a shortage of people. Princess Yongmu suddenly felt that she shouldn't kill these people. Humans were not saints. Who could be free of mistakes? Give them a chance to repent, rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff, and change their mistakes. For example, putting them on the operating table and letting Li Lang lead people to practice was a contribution to the progress of the medical industry in the Tang dynasty. That makes sense. Li Yi picked up the walkie-talkie. Capture their families as well. Take away the women and children who have mistresses outside. Send them to the mountain. Li Yi saw someone poking his head out and sneaking around in the crowd, so he gave an order. Xiaolan said anxiously, the officials' families. Yes, Li Yi reminded her again. The entire Luoyang palaces, minor officials, miscellaneous officials, and other exiled officials would participate in the underground forces. This thing was related to the bureau chief of the Ministry of Defense at his time. He was in charge of the middle contact. Then someone was arrested. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, someone told him that they would help take care of his family. In the end, he fell from a high altitude and died. The matter was over. Li Yi wanted to catch the big fish. What if the small shrimps died? The reason why he took action immediately was to solve this problem. Otherwise, a group of people would die before the end of the year. Most of them would commit suicide. It seemed that the people were waiting to see who would be dealt with. Let's go back and mobilize more people. Third brother is short of people. Someone wants to fight to the death. Li Yi didn't want to wander around. He wanted to guard Ziwei City. Yes. Princess Yongmu nodded twice. If the soldiers are angry, 2 people will die, 5 steps will bleed, and the world will be in mourning. Oh, they're not soldiers. They're sinners. Chapter 1896. The sky gradually darkened. Squads of 16 guards and winged knights galloped through Luoyang Palace on horseback. The main exits of Luoyang Palace were guarded by people, allowing entry but not exit. Ziwei City was under martial law. Rows of guns were set up on the city walls, and a string of explosives were set off. Hot air balloons rose into the air, and torches and kerosene lamps were hung on the city walls. The officials attending the banquet, including Zhang Shua, were left behind. Everyone was protected by 2 winged knights, and their swords were drawn. Li Longji sat on the dragon throne and slowly sipped his tea. When he saw Li Yi and the others, his expression changed slightly. Finished strolling? How is Luoyang's prosperity compared to Chang'an? Li Longji asked his eldest daughter with a smile. I didn't go too far. I'm afraid that something will happen. I'll go again tomorrow. Princess Yongmu told the truth. After answering her father, she ordered, Spread out and serve me, Tang Ningqian. Her female special operations team searched for people according to their official robes. There were not enough people for those with low ranks. The officials suddenly realized that His Majesty acted quickly. Some people were sweating nonstop. They looked around anxiously, but didn't dare to move. Your Majesty, this subject, Zhang Shua said to Li Longji with a bitter face. Daoji, don't be anxious. Hunan is not like the capital. There are fewer people patrolling, and the power is intertwined. You don't have many people you can trust. Li Longji comforted Zhang Shua, saying that he didn't blame him. You're the Hunan magistrate, and the soldiers you use are from Hunan. You can't control the thoughts of the officers and soldiers. Luoyang's tax revenue was too lucrative. There would always be people who would think of ways to take risks. Shaoyi, is it safe? Baigu stood not far from Li Yi and asked in a low voice. They didn't know that His Majesty and Shao Yi even hid it from them. There's no turning back. We can't be lax. The idea was mine, including not telling others. Chaos is born, so words are the order. Li Yi shouldered the responsibility of the matter. He did not want to be estranged between the monarch and his subjects. Baigu waved his hand and said, I don't need you to tell me that if a ruler doesn't keep his secrets, he will lose his ministers. And if a minister doesn't keep his secrets, he will lose his chastity. I'm afraid of making a mistake. Impossible. You dare to rebel? I will personally take action and wipe them all out. Li Yi was not worried at all. His fist was big, otherwise, how could the people of the capital government be so obedient? A bunch of people will die. Yao Chang's expression was calm. If he wanted to hide it, then so be it. Right now, it was not dangerous. The Black Tortoise Gate was the difficult one. That's right, north of Ziwei City was also the Black Tortoise Gate. Could it be that someone would come from there? As he thought about it, he even began to look forward to seeing if anyone would attempt the Black Tortoise Gate. With Xiao Yi around, she wanted to see how he harvested the wheat. Not dead. His Majesty has just arrived. Let's capture him first before pardoning him. I need people to practice. The officials were exiled to the south of Hunan province, and they all went there together to be county magistrate, registrar, and deputy county magistrate. Take out the things that they have embezzled and let them lead the local people to become rich. If they don't make any political achievements, I need people to work on roads and roads. Li Yi told everyone about what happened after that. Some of the officials were used as practice, while others were released. According to the law, if they did not collude with outsiders to commit treason, they were all low-ranking officials. The confiscated wealth belongs to the Ministry of Revenue. Baigu forgot that he was not trusted and focused on the income. Of course, His Majesty has no use for it. Li Yi had never intended to take it. After the normal inspection, he handed the money to the Ministry of Revenue and kept the items in the right treasury. He wanted to sell the items in an auction and exchange them for money. The starting price was low. If others did not buy it, he would keep it in Zhuangzi as collateral for the currency issue. If an item was worth 100 liang, the starting price would be 10 liang. After he took it, he would be able to print 80 liang worth of coupons. What's the plan for tonight? Song Jing looked at the sky. The big stars were peeking out. Go back to sleep. We have a busy schedule tomorrow. Capture the officials. The administration of Hunan province cannot be stopped. I will participate in it tomorrow. I still remember when Shao Yi replaced the provincial governor in the Huazhou prefecture. Lu Huaishan sighed. During the flood in Huazhou, Shao Yi impeached everyone in the prefecture, and he personally went to work. He organized disaster relief, post-disaster reconstruction, audited accounts, and found new ways to make money for the local people. It was at that time that they witnessed his ability. Who dared to say that he did not know anything about administration? There were so many accounts and documents, and he tidied them all up. At the same time, he increased the income of the people of Huazhou by several times. After the disaster, the lives of the people became better. When the time comes, we'll see which aspect is the most difficult to deal with and leave it to Xiao Yi. Yao Chong agreed. In any case, Li Yi had nothing to do these days. He could work quickly and efficiently. Deal. Li Yi agreed. He had a disciple. The little girl took her junior brother to the Imperial Medical Department and asked for help tomorrow. The two of them were good at accounting and had photographic memories. Where could they find such good labor? Although they said they were going to sleep, they did not rest. They were excited and waiting for the results. Outside, the nightlife in Luoyang Palace stopped. The people went home and closed their doors and windows. They were also waiting. The people of the 16th Guard stood in the square. The kerosene lamps swayed slightly in the wind. A few children ran in from outside the Shangshan Square, next to Luo River. They were carrying bamboo, shrimp cages. They saw people with weapons huddled together and slowly moved into the square. Shangshan Square. A person of the 16th Guard tried to make his voice as soft as possible. Yes, yes, yes. The older child, who looked like he was 8 or 9 years old, shrank his neck. His eyes were filled with fear as he answered with a trembling voice. The other children could only nod. They were too scared to make a sound. Do you have shrimp? The 16th Guard squatted down. Yes, last night in the morning. The child tried hard to make himself speak. The group of children put in shrimp cages last night. In the morning, before going to school, they collected them and put in new shrimp cages. They sold the shrimp they received, went to school, and came back after school to take a look. If they had any, they would take them home. If not, they would forget about it. In the end, many of them changed the shrimp cages. The shrimp they collected should be sold to the restaurant in the square. How are they going to sell them now? The restaurant was closed. How much can these shrimp be sold for? The 16th Guard looked at the shrimp cages and asked, 8 coins. The child didn't know what was going on and just answered, Here's 10 coins. Buy the cages together. Go home. The 16th Guard dug into his pocket and found 10 coins worth of coupons. He also took out 6 pieces of wrapped fruit candy. Take the money. 1 candy per person. The non-commissioned officer handed them over and waved his hand. The people next to him came over to take the shrimp cages. You're really paying? The child's eyes widened even more. The 16th Guard is His Majesty's army. If you don't take a needle or a piece of thread from the people, you'll be beaten if you don't pay. The non-commissioned officer stuffed the money and candy into the child's hands. Not the wing knights, right? The child tilted his head and said, The 16th Guard is no worse than the wing knights. The non-commissioned officer felt wronged. Oh, I know. Let's go. The child was once again sure that he could leave. Go quickly. If you don't go, you'll be spanked. The non-commissioned officer raised his hand to scare him. Run. The children ran toward the house in a clatter. The candy fell. Don't drop it. The non-commissioned officer yelled from behind. The child turned back to pick up the candy. After picking it up, he continued to run, laughing as he ran. Who's on patrol? Take it back to Li Dongzhu. 20 coins for something, reimburse. The non-commissioned officer looked at the shrimp cages. He was going to make a profit. Where's the candy? The person next to him asked. Take the candy yourself. It's for the children. How about the shrimp for 30 coins? The non-commissioned officer raised the price at the last minute. Chapter 1897. The 6 children's homes were next to each other. The older children took the younger children to and from school. They also made shrimp cages to make money for the family. Today, the shrimp cages should have been sold for 8 or 7 coins, 1 coin per family. The extra money could be used to buy good food. There were 2 girls in the house, so they would eat the most. The 6 children were happy to make more money. The shrimp cages were not worth more than 2 coins. They could be easily made. Also, they didn't need to buy anything to eat. They ran home to tell their families. The 16th guard ran with kerosene lamps to help light the way. They ran to the next kerosene lamp and stopped. The families of the 6 children were waiting. The door was slightly open, and the windows were not closed. The 16th guard looked through the gap, but they were not too anxious. They were worried about Luoyang's soldiers. They trusted the 16th guard who came with His Majesty in Tang, but it would be better if it were the winged knights. They dared to go out and talk to the winged knights. The winged knights were a team personally trained by Li Dongzhu in Bashui. Li Dongzhu had Zhuangzi on the mountain west of the city, so he never lost anything when he traded with them. The 6 children's laughter could be heard. People jumped out of the doors of the 6 families and looked at the 16th guard next to them. When they saw the 16th guard running with kerosene lamps to light the way, they let out a sigh of relief. Under the light of the lamps, they looked relieved. "Brother, are you the same as the winged knights?" a man said to the 16th guard standing next to him. "No worse than them. We received the same training." The non-commissioned officer hated the name winged knights. "You misunderstood. I meant to get along with us commoners," the man quickly explained. "Yes, that's even more the same. We also received Li Dongzhu's training and teachings." The non-commissioned officer thought Chang and was better. The commoners of the capital knew the 16th guard. "Oh, I can see it. It's near the river. It's very humid at night. I'll get you a bowl of hot water." The man realized that he had said something wrong and wanted to make up for it. "Thank you, but I won't drink it. I drank it when I came out. If I drink too much, I need to go to the toilet." The non-commissioned officer refused first and then explained, "Brother, are you doing well at home?" The man thought that soldiers were poor, a member of the imperial clan. The non-commissioned officer's answer was very hurtful. He had a high status and was number 1 in the imperial clan temple. Many of the 16 guards were like this. They were descendants of nobles and officials, and their roots were upright. A red root meant that the ancestors were loyal. Miao Zhang said that he had not raised them wrongly. It wasn't a wrong way to say it. It was the root that was red. If one were to check the generations, the red at the root was just the root. The man was so embarrassed. Fortunately, the children ran over. Just now, I met a soldier from the 16th guard. He bought a prawn that was worth 7 or 8 cents for 10 cents. We'll make more tomorrow and give him some sugar. The older child reported to his family and neighbors. He stretched out his small hand, and the coupons and candies were all there. "I'll give each of you another piece." The non-commissioned officer, who spoke, took out 6 pieces of fruit candy from his pocket. Li Yi requested that they carry the fructose with them, not for themselves, but for the children. How could they quickly make the people feel at ease? One was good discipline, and the other was good to other people's children. When they saw other people's children, they took out the candy and said kindly, "Little brat, eat the candy and work." This candy. The man didn't want it. "Li Dongzhu ordered it," the non-commissioned officer added. Take it. Thank you, Li Dongzhu." "Oh, and thank you, brother." The man was relieved. He took the candy and distributed it to the children. It seemed that the children wouldn't get sick after eating the candy and could live a long life. The children were no longer worried. They smiled at the 16 guards, waved, and went back to their homes. Luoyang's nights are quite cold. The local peonies are beautiful. We'll see them next year. Li Yi felt the coolness of the night. He sat beside Li Longji and ate popcorn made from indica rice. He wanted to use the indica rice popcorn to make snacks for all the children in Luoyang. He couldn't give them the entire Henan prefecture. It was too big. Even Shandong was considered Henan prefecture. The distance from Luoyang to Weihai was quite far. It was more than 2,000 miles by land, crossing mountains and rivers. "Brother Yi, Aren't you afraid of messing things up when you drink? Li Longji drank tea. He was a little worried about Li Yi. Li Yi stir-fried a large bowl of field snails, spicy and yellow wine. The popcorn was just for show. It's fine as long as you don't drive. My yacht will arrive soon. Stop on the west side of the bridge, near the north bank. Li Yi looked at the notebook on the table. A small that was gradually approaching. His yacht. It wasn't a satellite connection, but a radio. The entire imperial city was north of Luoyang River. Luoyang Palace was divided into two by Luoyang River. The north side of the imperial city was on the south bank, facing Heavenly Street. There were 3 bridges on the water. From south to north, there were Xingjin Bridge, Tianjin Bridge, and Ecliptic Bridge. His yacht was parked on the north bank, west of the 3 bridges. He could insert himself next to any bridge at any time. If he flew to the yacht, it could change from a cruiser to a battleship. There were even helicopters on it. He brought Guazi with him and put a heavy machine gun on the helicopter. Tell me, who else? Li Longji reached out and took Li Yi's bowl of wine. He drank a mouthful and grabbed a spicy field snail to eat. This was because he saw that everyone, including the officials who were temporarily detained, was eating. The kitchen had prepared it. The common people didn't like to eat field snails. There was little meat, so cooking them was strenuous. If they weren't cooked well, they would get sick. Now they knew that they were called parasites. Spicy fried snails were delicious, but chili noodles were expensive. They couldn't afford it. Someone beside him brought a new bowl of yellow wine. Li Yi changed it. Don't drink mine. I despise you. Will there be any losses tonight? Li Longji picked up a field snail and looked for an angle to see how to suck it. Li Yi had pinched it in advance. It was sucked out in one breath. The kilns on the mountain burn more tiles. Before the snow arrives, the common people will burn the tiles. Count it as His Majesty paying for it. It's not easy to come here. The common people deserve benefits. Li Yi said there were losses. Some people were strong and knew how to do parkour and jump on walls. The winged knights also knew how to play, and their practice was more scientific. Everyone chased each other above the houses. Some of the tiles hadn't been used for a long time. The bottom was empty and would shatter with a step. As for the winged knights being injured, it was impossible. That's good. How much does it cost to build the entire Luoyang Palace? Li Longji asked about the cost. If it were an ordinary person, such as Princess True Jade's Gigolo, he would directly answer how much it cost if he could calculate it. Li Yi's EQ wasn't as low as Ron's. He replied, at least 60,000 jobs. Don't let the common people work on their own. What about the temple's people working on their own? Li Longji asked again. They have money. They saved it up in the past. Burn glazed tiles for them. I'll help adjust the color and make the new tiles old. The color is uniform. Li Yi didn't answer the question of labor this time. The monks and Taoists usually exercise their bodies. They could build the tiles themselves. Tiles were different from other tiles. Many temples used glazed tiles that were burned new. They were like the big white tiles that were scraped off in a small area at home. They looked like patches. The old tiles could be replaced if they were broken, but they couldn't be replaced completely. Newly burned, glazed tiles could be made old. Li Yi knew what answer his third brother wanted. When he asked about money, it definitely had nothing to do with money. When he asked about manpower, what did it have to do with manpower? Okay, Li Longji received a satisfactory answer. When he spoke, he sucked the field snail, meat in his hand, into his mouth. Chapter 1898. Princess True Jade, who was silently eating popcorn at the side, was stunned. It took her a while to understand. When her brother asked about money, he was actually asking how much manpower the commoners could have. When he asked about manpower, he was actually asking how to get money from the monasteries. Thinking about it this way, Luo-en felt wronged. He was still repairing the roads, right? She should send someone to deliver something to him. Luo-en, I misunderstood you. You're actually quite good. It's just that it's too difficult to become an official through the recommendation channel. Imperial brother, Princess Jinxian, sat beside Princess True Jade. She sensed her sister's thoughts and whispered, "Sister, those who pass the recommendation can directly take the county-level examination." Yes, Princess True Jade was helpless. There was still the county-level examination, but the requirements were even higher. The county-level examination was cancelled because it was too strict. No one could pass it now. Next year's examination in Luoyang would include mathematics and medicine, and the contents of other subjects would be included. If they wanted to take the county-level examination, it seemed that only Li Yi had no problems. If he wanted to take the examination, he would have to take it alone. He was the true all-rounder. He could take any examination. Who could give him a question? Who would dare to give him a question? Who would be afraid of him asking back? The purpose of the imperial examination was to select talents for the country. What was Li Yi taking the examination for? If he wasn't willing to answer, wouldn't he be removed from his official position? His civil and military positions were both secondary second rank. If her brother compared Li Yi, how would he recommend talents in the future? It would be better to think of a way to get a spot for the imperial examination and let him take the examination. This seemed simpler. Otherwise, the county-level examination, Li Longji seemed to have a tacit understanding with his sisters from the same mother. He looked at the two who were taking the official's pulse and using a stethoscope. Next year, Qing Dai and Fu Quan will take the county-level examination. If they pass, arrange a small official position. Third brother, Qing Dai is now the Empress's palace advisor and an external female official of the Imperial Physician Department. She's a third-rank official. Li Yi reminded, "Don't arrange a small official position. My eldest disciple's salary and other benefits haven't been given yet. Who did you give mine to? It's perfectly justifiable for you to take the imperial examinations." Li Longji knew the little lass's ability. The imperial harem was all depending on the little lass to see a doctor. The little girl would bring a female nurse to help with the examination, whether it was taking the pulse, prescribing prescriptions, or performing surgery. She was the best among the women. If she couldn't do it, brother Yi would have to do it himself. There was no one else. When she was wronged outside, she didn't need brother Yi to care about her. The entire harem would help her get back at her and make her happy. Don't take the children's science exam. The children's science exam is too easy. The two of them were good at mathematics, not to mention medicine. They were good at memorizing scriptures and had no problem with current affairs. The only thing they lack is the accumulation of literary knowledge. I will teach them well. The interview after the written test was to see how healthy the candidates were. There were also some practical questions about the law. There's no problem with the law, and they're not disabled physically. They're quite cute. Li Yi agreed. Song Da also wanted to take the exam. If he passed, he would fulfill his dream and continue to be Zhuangzi's manager. Even if you have the ability to score an exceptional grade, you will still be a manager. You still want to fly? Can you fly out of the palm of an exceptional grade in the martial arts? Since Song Da was going to take the exam, he would make the two children happy. They would both get first place in the Jinshu exam and continue to study hard. Alas! Li Longji sighed. Brother Yi, tell me, how did you get here so quickly? It's so fast that there's no time for you to take the imperial examination. Other people take the Jinshu exam as an honor, but you can't do it. How will the history books record it? They will say that you are a high-ranking official, but you didn't take the imperial examination. You lack something. Li Longji was worried and embarrassed. He wanted his son-in-law to be perfect, but unfortunately, he couldn't take the imperial examination. It was just like when Li Yi didn't graduate from kindergarten. He went to be the principal of the Central Party School. The degree was too low. No matter how you got the degree, you should at least have a doctorate, right? It's okay. I'll set up a Li family Zhuangzi school. I'll be the principal. Third brother, you'll be the headmaster, and I'll be the deputy headmaster. It'll be easier to write the history books. Li Yi was amused. He didn't care about this kind of thing at all. Okay, then all the students of the Tang dynasty will come out of my school. Li Longji said, "You can organize the subjects in your free time. If others ask, I can at least answer 1 or 2 questions." That's right. Li Yi suddenly thought of Old Jiang, a group of students who schemed against each other. Yes, Old Zhou was also from there, and his position was not low. Old Qin was also very good at fighting. He was also from there. Third brother, let's set up a regular military school. Those who can fight can be the professors, and you can be the headmaster. Li Yi thought of Old Jiang and suggested. There was a military school in the Tang dynasty that specialized in teaching. After Guazi took the military examination, he would learn it. It was the same as the civil officials. They would teach him how to handle affairs. He knew that those who weren't born in an official's family wouldn't know how to handle affairs. You can continue to be the deputy. Li Longji agreed. I don't know how to fight. If you ask me to command tens of thousands of people to form a formation with the enemy, I'll definitely lose. Li Yi shook his head. Not only did he sneak attack others, he had never fought a war before. Isn't logistics a part of the army? Li Longji asked. Yes, it's very important. Li nodded. If you teach logistics, the soldiers won't think that you're bad. As for commanding, there's suddenly no one around. If the enemy attacks, are you competent? Li Longji found an area that no one dared to say that Li Yi was not good at. Logistics. Li looked around. I can mobilize reasonably. Li stopped joking. He really knew how to. He didn't know how to do it before, but after coming to the Tang dynasty, he worked hard to learn. The combination of different types of soldiers could be mobilized as the situation on the battlefield changed. If there was no one to command now, he would have to take on the responsibility if the battle suddenly broke out. What a pity! Li Longji felt regretful. If no one dared to fight, there was no way to organize the troops. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! A person ran more than 20 meters away from Li Longji's table and was stopped. He shouted. Everyone looked over. The person shouted again, I'm guilty. I'm willing to confess. Who is it? Li Longji couldn't see clearly because of the flickering light. Hunan Province's Assistant Minister of Revenue, Guang Yanluo. Li Yi immediately checked the information and gave the answer. The officials were all photographed by the Li family Zhuangzi and given to Li Yi with information. Li noted it down. Assistant Minister of Revenue. Li Longji frowned. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money and food. What are you shouting for? Go back and eat. No one cares if you're guilty now. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Eat in peace. It's all your confession. Li Yi shouted even louder. If the other officials who were about to make trouble heard, they would all run over to confess. Thank you, Dr. Li, Assistant Minister of Revenue Guang, Yanluo shouted and retreated. In the past, he had always heard that Li Yi had a good relationship with His Majesty. Now he understood that it was to this extent. His Majesty didn't say anything, so His Majesty wasn't afraid of him. Assistant Minister of Revenue, brother, did he tamper with the taxes? Li Longji was worried about the money. They can't be embezzled. They haven't thoroughly researched it yet. They've used some tricks on the land that belongs to the Yamen to make money. Li Yi was very clear about this. He didn't care about it before. You guys can go ahead and fish. Anyway, I have to make a trip here. The more you fish, the more you'll reap. The more you fish, the more you'll reap. If you investigate immediately, the other party can argue that you've misremembered. You've fished up so much, yet you've misremembered everything? Land lease? Li Longji was still puzzled. Chapter 1899. Official land can't be sold easily. When I first came to Luoyang, I rented a piece of land in the mountains nearby. Li Yi talked about the past. He had bribed the officials first. Then, Li Longji remembered this. He was at a loss. Could it be that you started it, and that's why the officials of Hunan Province took the opportunity to act? I paid extra. The land was cheap, and I returned it to the people. My goal was to quickly deploy the troops. They were people who did things. After they received the money, they were very cooperative. They were good officials. Old Bai knew about it and came to me. I agreed to give him dental implants. Li Yi removed himself from the situation. What I did was illegal. I was more flexible. If that's the case, shouldn't they be arrested? Li Longji didn't care about the outcome. You were bribing them. Now that they were following the prescription, would you be judged? They didn't even enter the money into their accounts. I went through the official channels. I gave them benefits. They had the money, but the land they rented increased. Li Yi pointed out the key point. If you didn't go through the official channels, you would be breaking the law. Li Longji pondered for a moment. Doji, how would old Zhang know? He can't see for himself which land belongs to the government and which belongs to the people. Moreover, the people who use the land didn't cut down trees, dig ponds, destroy mulberry trees, or grow crops. The land was relatively intact. To be honest, they only dug a few holes for compost. Li Yi, who understood the situation, laughed. You haven't seen it before, right? Using the land wasn't enough. Li Longji was confused. Rented land, what do they use it for? He asked. We have the same place in Zhuangzi. It's on the mountains. Third brother, you even praised the chicken for being delicious and fragrant. Li Yi pointed to the northwest. They use it to raise pigs, chickens, and frogs. Li Longji suddenly understood. Indeed, they didn't touch other things. They just needed a place. They don't know how to raise frogs. After I came over, everyone raised pigs and poultry. It was faster to raise them manually. You need a place to raise everything. The newspaper said that you can't raise hundreds of chickens in cages. It's easy for them to fall sick and die. This was how the local families rented the land. The pig dung was gathered and composted. When the chicken dung enters the forest, the rain will fertilize the forest. It can be considered helping the forest. Li Yi told the truth. Otherwise, how could he tell the other party that he was surrendering? If they handed over the money they had embezzled, they would be fined extra. Those who had saved a lot of money through bribery would have to pay extra. Sigh. Li Longji sighed and took a sip of wine. You're stuffing your own pockets. If I were them, I would be able to earn more money on my own. I would be able to earn income from the imperial court and not break the law. I would even be commended. They made a mistake. Li Yi looked like he was feeling sorry for the others. He didn't want to pursue this matter. Why did he take the initiative to confess? The other party clearly knew that the crime wasn't serious. Thieves could turn themselves in and hand over their gains. If they were given a light sentence, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue was prepared to accept the punishment and pay the fine. Li Yi, what should we do? Princess True Jade, who had been silent all this while, asked anxiously. I'll write a letter saying that official land is not for hiring mulberry silkworms. It can be used for other purposes. The people are ignorant and don't dare to go. As a parishioner, I will personally pay for official land and raise livestock. The people will have a smooth life. Li Yi said, according to the letter, that there was a new method of land use. He was afraid that the people wouldn't dare. He would spend his own money first, and then everyone would be fine. When the time came, who didn't know how to raise things themselves, others would be responsible for raising them and selling them for money. They wouldn't even have to pay for their own food. The yamen would only take a small amount of money. It was considered an additional economic growth point and a project that benefited the people. Look, I'm earning more money. The people aren't at a disadvantage. There's also revenue. Give me a promotion. Princess True Jade was stupefied when she heard this. How could earning money be so dignified and righteous? She noted it down and asked on behalf of Ron. Later, she would write to him. How could one learn such skills from reading books? Princess Golden Immortal's eyes turned. If you earn money yourself, how will the other officials deal with it? They can't eat it all by themselves. They have to bring along the Hunan, prefectural magistrate. Look at how much official land there is, and give the order that the Hunan prefectural magistrate must choose a piece of land and pay for it themselves. They will be responsible for different areas according to their official positions and ranks. They will be responsible for promoting it to the people. My position is small, and I'm in charge of 1,000 mu. Zhang Shua's position is big, and he's in charge of at least 10,000 mu. He's a role model. He will lead the prefectural magistrate and do his best for the welfare of the people until his death. Li Yi shook his head and waved his hand. He couldn't take the benefits alone. Otherwise, he would definitely get into trouble. Yes. Princess True, Jade agreed and noted it down. Li Longji. He suddenly reached out and rubbed Li Yi's head. He hadn't rubbed it in a long time. Li Yi didn't react. He picked up a snail and ate it. The people eating at the nearby tables all stopped and looked at Li Yi. They had heard everything from beginning to end. When Li Yi mentioned old Baigu even recalled it. Zhang Shua was grateful that he didn't keep an eye on him. Li Yi spoke up for him. How did he get involved in using his status to make money? How should we deal with this matter? Li Longji learned it and returned to reality. The country has its laws. I'm just a scattered official. I don't care. Li Yi removed himself from the matter again. Shao Yi, you're the disposal commissioner of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing reminded. You want to run away at such a critical moment? No, I resigned. Li Yi spread his hands. When did you resign? Su Yi asked doubtfully. I just resigned. Li Yi answered matter-of-factly. Brother Yi is right. Li Longji helped. Why did they have to look for Brother Yi for everything? Everyone turned back to drink. They couldn't live anymore. You hide it from us when you take action, but we're responsible for the aftermath. I wonder what's going on outside. Li Longji looked at the night sky. Tonight, Luoyang Palace was sleepless. Nightlife had stopped. Everyone didn't sleep, but hid behind doors and windows to listen. The lights outside the windows were slightly reassuring. Luoyang Palace's troops were assigned to the 16th Guard, each with one guard. This showed that they were valued and prevented them from mutiny. They didn't understand the situation. If they were cajoled and instigated by the general, they could be easily slaughtered. Mutiny was a major event. Heavy machine guns might appear. The local soldiers were scattered. Whoever wanted to cause trouble couldn't be gathered. The non-commissioned officer helped carry the lamps. They were willing to look at kerosene lamps. There were too few in Luoyang. This kind of kerosene lamp could adjust the size of the flame through the length of the wick, but it couldn't be pumped. If it could be pumped, it could be used for hot air balloons and pressurized blowtorches. How long does a kerosene lamp burn when it's filled with oil? A Luoyang soldier asked the 16th Guard, who had been communicating with the children's parents. With such a big flame, there's a lot of space to store oil until daybreak. The small ones the students use for their studies start lighting when it's dark. They'll stop lighting at midnight. Tell them to go to sleep. Since the kerosene lamps in Chang and aren't carried, they'll be bigger and burn through the night. The 16th Guard had nothing to do, so they chatted. Otherwise, they would be sleepy. Does it burn a lot of money in one night? The local soldiers felt that it was a waste. The people of Chang and sleep soundly. They don't get sick. They work to earn money to buy things. The taxes they pay are enough for the kerosene lamps. The 16th Guard explained from another angle. When the people saw the hazy light outside the window, not only would they not be unable to sleep, they would sleep even more soundly. Chapter 1900. The man who was talking to 16 was listening by the window. His wife was with him. The children were sleepy and had gone to sleep after dinner. The young one was not even old enough to enter school yet. The husband and wife wanted to know more about the situation, so they moved a bench and sat facing the window to look at the light outside. The man's hand was on the woman's shoulder, and the woman's hand was around the man's waist. After a while, the man's hand was around the woman's waist, and the woman leaned her head on the man's body. The two of them started to doze off as they listened. It was obviously a tense matter of arresting people and sealing off the street, but the couple felt happiness and peace from it. They were not the only ones. Many people felt the same way because 16 was guarding them. What was there to worry about with the army standing guard outside their homes? What's in that big bag next to you? Can I ask? The local soldier was curious about the big military bag. Compressed biscuits, a water bottle, alcohol, cotton balls, fire starter tools, sterile bandages, tactical knives, medicine for sore wounds, military coats, ropes, sewage, filter cloth, rock sugar, soap, special medicine, and so on. The 16 guards spilled the beans without hiding anything. Why are you bringing these things? The local soldier didn't understand. Were you bringing these things for a long trip? We're always prepared. If there's a disaster, we'll set off immediately. If there's a problem, we won't have to look for equipment. At first, the wing knights were like this. Later, we trained well and joined them. Li Dongzhu said it's a 24-hour, all-weather army. Equipment is our life. We can fight at any time and win. 16 puffed out his chest. We're different from you. Our competitors are the wing knights. We're not afraid to fight the wing knights with the same equipment because we have more people. The wing knights only have 30,000 people, and we have more than 200,000. Everyone trains hard. No matter how bad we are, we can beat them with a few people. The local soldier couldn't hear 16's thoughts. He yearned for the big bag and wanted to have one. Can you buy it with money? I have chickens at home, and I make some money by selling salted and rotten eggs. He wanted to buy it. I'm guessing that His Majesty and Li Dongzhu are in Luoyang this year. Brothers, we can get one before the new year. Later on, we'll take turns to wear the overcoat to sleep while the other person will be on night duty. We'll change shifts every 2 hours. Luoyang's nights are not much warmer than Chang'an. It's great to have you around. The 16th guard smiled. With one more person, they would have time to rest, and they wouldn't have to stay up all night. Are you guarding the door? The local soldier looked at the door behind him. The couple who were about to fall asleep inside immediately woke up and looked at the door together. The door was locked. They had to open it. What are you thinking about? Sleep outside. After that, you will receive new training. Find a place to sleep at any time. The 16th guard said with a smile. In the past, we always had to borrow a place to stay. The local soldier looked at the stars in the sky and felt the chill. He said that he should adopt this method. You said it was in the past, but it's different now. The strongest soldiers will not offend the common people. The strongest soldiers will stand in front of the common people in times of danger. It's cold at night. I have a military coat. You'll get sick. There's medicine. Are you hungry? Do you want some compressed biscuits? I'm not eating. The hungrier I get, the more energetic I get. As the two of them spoke, the man in the room left the stool and went to the door to remove the bolt. With a creak, the door opened a crack. He came back to take his wife to bed and told the people outside that they could come in at any time. The wing knights were arresting people and taking some of their families with them. They left Luoyang Palace and went up the mountain. The crowing of roosters rose and fell, and the people who opened restaurants woke up out of habit. The common people who needed to get up early to work put on their clothes, casually washed their faces, and went out without brushing their teeth. The sky was blue with a hint of pink. Before the sun jumped out of the horizon, the sky in the west lit up first. Just like how it often happened when Li Yi was a disaster relief soldier. Many soldiers lay outside to sleep. They were not under the eaves and were easily exposed to the wind. One person slept while the other placed a kerosene lamp on the ground and walked back and forth. After a while, he would go to someone else's place, chat for a while, and then turn back. If the requirements were not strict, they would not be allowed to communicate. What if they couldn't hear what was going on elsewhere and the enemy sneaked in? Hurry up and cook. Leave the door open and don't come in. When we were young, we had to give the place to the soldiers and cook for them. The man of the couple opened the door to take a look and asked his wife to cook. He couldn't understand why they couldn't ask the soldiers to come in. He didn't know that this operation was to prevent the common people from losing things in their homes, and that there were women in their homes. If the soldiers went in, they couldn't explain anything. Reputation was more important than life. Otherwise, why would someone use death to prove their innocence after being wronged? And others didn't care about his death. The sun jumped out, and the morning glow was so beautiful. Groups of people drove to each square and began to call out, "It's time to eat, time to eat." "Husband, I haven't finished cooking yet." The man's wife heard the noise and ran to the door to take a look. "Who's cooking so early in the morning?" The man was surprised. The people of the 16th Guard extinguished the lamp. "You can leave it for lunch. Li Dongzhu is here, so how can there be a lack of food? The Ba Shui Regiment's strongest point is logistics." "Ba Shui Zhuangzi?" the man asked. "Regiment. At home it's Zhuangzi. Outside it's the regiment. No matter when or where, as long as the Ba Shui Regiment is here, there are no logistical problems. Eat with your family. Thank you for cooking for us. Are the 2 children awake?" The people of the 16th Guard heard what the man said before, so he couldn't stop him. Now the rice was just rice, dry porridge, and pickled vegetables. They could eat 3 meals a day and eat this in the morning. It was a happy life. The thick porridge wasn't stirred, so it wouldn't spoil at night. If it really didn't work, they could leave it for lunch, then heat it up and turn it into dry rice. After that, they could still eat it at night, and it wouldn't spoil. The 2 children got up reluctantly and brushed their teeth with pig hair toothbrushes. They could sell shrimp cages to make money, so they naturally had toiletries. "Uncle, I dreamed of you last night. You're so nice," the child said to the people of the 16th Guard. "It's nothing," the people of the 16th Guard responded with a smile. "You killed children and ate their meat. You ate more than 10 children. When you came to me, you said you were full and let me go. You're so nice." The child continued. The people of the 16th Guard were speechless. He was a little regretful. He shouldn't have given the child candy yesterday. He had trapped the child's heart with honey. "Uncle, I'm just kidding. When I woke up in the morning, the rooster crowed and I was annoyed. In a daze, I saw you chasing the rooster away and saying not to disturb the child's sleep. It's written in the newspaper that when I hear the sound, I'll slowly wake up from my dream." The child saw the look on the other person's face and giggled. "Drink some water first. We'll eat later." The person of the 16th Guard tapped the child's forehead with his finger. Chapter 1901. The person who delivered the food approached. The cart was pulling several large buckets and baskets. "They just cooked for us, but the food is not ready yet. I promised to treat them to a meal and I'll pay," the 16th Guard said to the delivery man. "We came from the mountain and started preparing yesterday afternoon. His Majesty is treating the people of Luoyang Palace to breakfast. Anyone who is willing to eat can get a share." The delivery man tilted his head to show where he came from. They were working hard to make breakfast outside, treating everyone in Luoyang Palace to a meal. The local soldier looked at the buckets on the cart and turned to the 16th Guard, wanting to get an answer from him. "Ah." The 16th Guard coughed. "It's just a routine operation. Don't be surprised. I told you last night, logistics. But you just wanted to pay." The local soldier was doubtful. "Don't worry about those irrelevant things. Let's eat. What's for breakfast?" The 16th Guard interrupted. "Spicy soup, steamed buns, mustard, and pickled vegetables." The delivery man wanted to laugh. As he spoke, he took out bowls and gave them to those who didn't have utensils. "I have utensils at home. Come in and eat. There's also a table. Life is good now, and there's plenty of furniture." The man invited them again. They didn't cook their own food, and now they had to eat someone else's. "Dad, move the table out." The hostess knew what to do. The older child took the younger one to get the utensils. The couple carried the things to the door, and the 16th Guard and the local soldiers helped. There was pepper in the spicy soup, but there was a shortage of it in the Tang dynasty. It had to wait for a while before it appeared in large quantities. The people knew that spicy soup was eaten by the rich. It was written in the newspaper how to make it, but ordinary people couldn't afford to buy it. The children looked at the steamed buns and spicy soup and wondered, should I have more steamed buns or more soup? The people in the square ate the breakfast given by His Majesty. The restaurant owners were depressed because they couldn't sell their food in the morning. They were anxious and drank the spicy soup. They didn't feel good, but they didn't dare to protest. Lu Bang, who opened a porridge shop, was drinking spicy soup in front of his stall. The fire in the stove was removed and the porridge was ready. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to remove the fire. His shop only sold porridge and steamed buns, pork, chicken, vegetables, and vegetable steamed buns. The steamed chicken steamed buns were made with thin chicken thighs and breasts. They didn't taste good because of the lack of oil. The newspaper told him to buy chicken oil and refine it at home. When he mixed it with the oil, he added it together with the vegetable oil. This way, the oil would be more delicious. His house was now full of people, as was the case in the morning. His buns were the same size as the others, and the price was the same. The difference was that the skin was thin and there was a lot of stuffing. The commoners only ate meat buns based on the amount of meat. Vegetable steamed buns were filled with leftover chicken oil. Although they were said to be vegetarian, there was meat in them. "Father, are the buns still on the table?" Lu Bang's second daughter-in-law came over and asked with a worried expression. The people who ate in and out of the shop did not buy his food, nor did they eat his free salted vegetables. They all ate Her Majesty's food. Serve the ones that are fully wrapped. They have to be steamed out. Those that are not wrapped, old Lu Kanji shop? As Lu Bang spoke, someone brought over a booklet. Yeah, it's not for sale today. Lu Bang looked at him blankly. Grandfather, the Li family Zhuangzi's people. His eldest grandson was eating. Just as he was about to head to the academy after finishing his meal, he saw the word murky embroidered on the chest of the visitor and reminded his grandfather, which Li family Zhuangzi. Lu Bang's mind was filled with unsold buns and kanji. The Li family Zhuangzi of Ba Shui. He has a word embroidered on his chest. No one dares to impersonate him. Lu Bang's eldest grandson put down his things and leaned forward. He looked up at the farmer to confirm. The Li Dongzhu's people? Sit down, quick, I'll wipe it for you. Lu Bang reacted. He had to treat him well. No. Continue to wrap it. Steam it when you're done. We'll buy it. It's 5% lower than the market price. We know you still have a profit, so we won't lose anything. We won't have to run back and forth, wash the dishes, and save the salted vegetables. The farmer wrote it down in his booklet and told Lu Bang. Ah. Lu Bang stopped wiping the stool with his sleeve. You can buy it. You don't need it. Lu Bang could not understand. The Li family Zhuangzi could treat the entire Luoyang palace to spicy soup. How could they not cook? Give it to the soldiers at noon. It's going to rain. There's no dew at night, and there'll be clouds in the morning. The Zhuangzi's people are too busy. The farmer said according to the routine. In fact, not to mention the rain, even if it was hailstorms, they could still cook. What about the big restaurants? Lu Bang's eldest son calculated the money they earned and thought of the restaurants. Why do you care about others? Make a fire. Quick, steam the buns. Lu Bang glared at his son. Is there not enough for you to worry about? We know the profits of the restaurants. Give them 5%. If they sell the buns for 2 coins each, we'll buy 2 for 1 coin. If they don't sell, then forget it. The farmer said with a smile. Small businesses were treated differently from large businesses. Restaurants did not make profits from breakfast. Last night's incident had the greatest impact on the restaurant. I knew it. They sell it expensive. The eldest son muttered and ran to work. The buns in Shaluo Village's drunken immortal house cost 10 coins each. Why don't you say it's expensive? Lu Bang glared at his son's back. After he finished speaking, he remembered that there were people in front of him. He smiled awkwardly. Your buns are not expensive. Expensive, the farmer admitted. There were still buns that cost 20 coins each. Live shrimp were sent to drunken immortal house. They were processed in front of the customers and wrapped with 2 spoons of chili oil as dipping sauce. Those who did not eat spicy food were given pepper. They bought 2 buns to eat. A pile of side dishes and set meals were placed on the table. The profits were still more than 80%. They had to pay tax. 10% tax could be checked. The fixed tax paid by other restaurants was calculated according to the market situation. There was no invoice. The Li family Zhuangzi's 2 drunken immortal houses were always producing new products. It was not easy to set a quota, so they kept the accounts and let people check. So far, no one had checked. Li Yi said it was how much it was. The officials still trusted him. Otherwise, he had many ways to increase the cost and reduce the profits. He could even turn it into a negative profit. There's a reason why it's expensive. Lu Bang insisted. That's reasonable. The farmer smiled and nodded. You guys go ahead. I'll go to the next place. Have you eaten? Bring some buns to eat on the way. Lu Bang's wife brought some buns over. I've eaten. I really can't eat anymore. We'll eat at noon. The farmer refused and quickly went to look for a place with his companion. Sai, Li Dongzhu is so benevolent. Lu Bang's wife put down the buns. She turned around and saw her eldest grandson. She smiled. Kid, study hard. In the future, you'll be an official in the Tang dynasty. Be a good official. Don't catch the bad ones. Okay, I know. The child was obedient and sensible. He drank the last mouthful of spicy soup and went to school with his school bag. In Ziwei City, many officials did not think that Li Dongzhu was benevolent. They were in a state of silence when eating last night. There were people protecting them, so they did not dare to speak. When sleeping, they naturally did not speak. They could not even talk in their sleep. In fact, not speaking during eating and sleeping meant not talking when chewing and not talking when sleeping. The former would make one choke, the latter would make one excited or angry. Now that they had not eaten, they were separated and asked about the situation. They were isolated from the outside world and did not know the situation outside. They were thinking about the consequences of lying. Chapter 1902. Shao Yi, so you came here to steal food. Quick, push the cart away. When Li Yi was about to eat breakfast, Bai Gu came over. He called for someone to push Li Yi's cart to another place. Chili soup, my chili soup. Li Yi found a tray and placed 3 bowls of chili soup on it. The little girl Feng Qingdai and Li Fuquan could only find a tray themselves. Their master didn't care. At another place, a group of people was waiting. Most of them were discussing matters with Li Yi when they were eating. It was only convenient to see Li Yi when they were eating. Usually they were busy. Li Yi had his own matters to deal with, so it was difficult for them to gather together. Li Yi looked at the people around him and stood in front of the jianbing. He asked, "Do you all eat scallions, coriander, and chili?" Everyone kept quiet and waited. Sigh. Li Yi sighed helplessly and manipulated 2 jianbing to make jianbing. He knew who could eat what. He was a family doctor. The 3 ministers of Luoyang who were confirmed to be fine watched from the side and felt very uncomfortable. They knew how arrogant Li Yi was. If he wanted to be a first-rank official, he could wear an official's uniform at any time. If he wanted to catch someone and deal with them, he could guarantee that the person wouldn't be able to escape. Such a high-ranking person turned out to be a handyman. The key was that he knew the health of the ministers and the people in the palace. Looking at the busy figure in front of him, he looked like a clown who was performing for others. He was like a very short dwarf. Even if an ordinary student had such an opportunity, they would reject it. It was too belittling themselves. The person who made jianbing didn't care and performed for others. The key was that who dared to belittle him? It was said that he could summon a weapon that could wipe out 1,000 soldiers at any time and kill people, like cutting grass. Send it according to your position. Send it to the lowest position first. It's raining today, so the air pressure is low. I didn't put scallions for everyone to avoid irritating their stomachs. Li Yi wore a mask and was busy. Sets of jianbing were spread out. They were first sent to the people at the back. They couldn't eat the jianbing immediately after receiving it. They had to wait for Her Majesty to take the first bite. The earlier it was, the colder it was, and the worse it tasted. Some people didn't add coriander, while others added more chili sauce. He knew all the details about the people in the court who could make him personally cook for them. Giving it to the commoners did not count. Any commoner who saw him could ask for a set of crepes, provided that he had the equipment and ingredients. Xiao Yi, add another egg for this old man. Bai Gu leaned over and looked through the glass. This isn't yours. You still have to wait. Being such a high-ranking official, it's always late to eat. Li Yi was still able to take care of 2 people at the same time. I know. I'll add 1 more when it's my turn. The weather is getting colder, so I need some nourishment. Bai Gu continued. He wanted to see how Li looked when he was working. There was a sense of beauty and rhythm. There's some in the spicy soup. I've designed a set of fishing tackle. The price is high, so we can harvest a batch. The match factory will be built before the end of the year. There will be a lot of processes and procedures. I plan to sell the matches at a low price. After all the costs and taxes are deducted, the profit will be 0. 5%. That's 0. 5%. Li Yi saw that Bai Gu was idle and chatted with him. 200 years to recover the costs? Bai Gu did a simple calculation and came to a conclusion. The profit after the cost depreciation. Li Yi flipped the crepes and broke the eggs. 30% of the taxes? 33% of the taxes? You are so pitiful. The profit is less than the taxes. Bai Gu blamed himself. Did he bully Xiao Yi too much? Seeing that Xiao Yi didn't dare to make money, he didn't add the eggs. Yes, that's why the match factory is expanding. For example, the place where the raw materials are supplied. The match factory can't afford to buy it. Li Yi lowered his head slightly. He looked helpless and wronged. Then, which piece of land do you like? Tell me, as long as you want it, it can't be less. Bai Gu suddenly realized something. That's not right. Why would Xiao Yi do business that will incur losses? How do you calculate the 0? 5% profit? It's not as much as you say. Old Bai, I will add another egg for you. Li Yi was really helpless this time. He had taught his disciple, but the master was starving. It's not easy to trick him. Don't play this trick on me. Tell me, are you going to beat around the bush and pay less taxes? In the end, you will get 50% of the profits? Bai Gu was even more convinced that Xiao Yi was up to no good. I am already so old. Why are you still lying to me? Do you have any respect for your elders? Bai Gu was very angry. It's the kind of anger that can't be appeased with another egg. The barbarians in Haizhou have not arrived yet. If everyone can reach a consensus, we will pay 30% tax for 500% of the profits. As Li Yi spoke, he spread out 2 more pancakes. I will talk to Guangping and Yan Shuo. Jiu Ling will not have any problems. Bai Gu understood. So he wanted him to do the work. In fact, it's not just 2 people. It's a group of people. Don't think that you are a big country and give all the benefits to a small place overseas. It's harder to change one's mind. In the future, they will have to implement foreign policies. Old Bai, I will add more sauce for you. Li Yi expressed his gratitude. No, it's too salty. I want the match factory to provide tens of thousands of jobs. Bai Gu refused to add more sauce. Tens of thousands? The match factory is an industrial chain. It includes all kinds of technologies. If you can make matches, you can also make explosives. After the match factory is built, our firearms will not be fired. Instead, they will be fired using primers. My pistols, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and heavy machine gun bullets are made using this technology. Li Yi introduced the use of the match factory. It's not only used to make matches, it's also an industrial base. The entire industrial chain includes planting trees. Poplar trees are more suitable as they grow fast and are easier to manage. There are more technologies. Safety matches are not made using phosphorus. Furthermore, phosphorus is not easy to obtain. With this set of technologies, we can produce large quantities of gunpowder. Humph. Baigu figured it all out. You want to use a factory to service all the basic technologies. Your profits will be small. If you use it on the military, it will cost you a lot. The military cannot collect taxes from you. You can always convert those technologies to other profitable projects. If you want to make money, you can only export them. How much are you going to sell a box of matches for? Baigu analyzed the whole plan. At the same time, he is glad that he is a good learner. If not, he will not understand. The Tang dynasty's matches are cheaper. The people feel that the matches are not as good as fire sickles. Fire sickles need tinder, and ordinary people cannot make fire sickles. The iron sheet for fire sickles is simple. The Tang dynasty has a lot of iron. I remember that a few years ago, the people of Chang and used to drill wood to make fire. Li Yi knows that the people's goods are not expensive, including salt. When salt is expensive, it means the end of a country. Xiao He, don't sell it to ordinary people first. It doesn't matter if they use it earlier or later. You can sell it as a luxury item. We were reluctant to use it in the past, as we were afraid you would sacrifice your life for it. Baigu starts to come up with ideas. If the people are used to the original way of making fire, how many people can make money in the next 6 months? If you sell it as a luxury item, you will naturally charge a high tax. Chapter 1903. After Li Longji started eating, everyone started eating. Li Yi continued to spread out the crepes. He didn't want to be with that group of people. What he said to Baigu just now would definitely be the main topic. He was close, so he would definitely have to talk to him again. He spread out 5 crepes and found a remote corner with Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and his 2 disciples to sit at a small table and eat breakfast. Princess Yongmu squinted and smiled throughout the whole process. Did everyone see that? Only my Li Lang cannot give face to my father. Master, what do Fuquan and I do? The little girl took a bite of the crepe with a lot of ketchup and asked with sauce at the corner of her mouth. Master, I'll change my name. Li Fuquan didn't like ketchup. He liked sour food, so Li gave it a few vinegar. Li looked at the crepe with vinegar and shivered. How did he choose the taste? Vinegar. He already had an idea. As for the second disciple's name, he hadn't chosen it yet. There was no hurry. You don't use the name lazy anymore. The Tang dynasty doesn't have any titles. Your name is Guizong Li Guizong. Li Yi gave his disciple Li Fuquan a new name, Li Guizong. Jai Guizong soup. Li Fuquan first thought of the name of the recipe. It's the Kuan hexagram. Master wants you to surpass him in terms of medical skills and conduct. The little girl pouted. She was a little disappointed. Then she smiled. Junior brother, I have high hopes for you. Book of Changes contains yin and yang. Guizong represents Jai, Master's name and name. Li Guizong had changed to a new name, said, and then paused. Master wanted him to surpass himself and then be willing to be below him. This world is unfair. I'll change your name. Qing Dai will have a name in the future. The Tang dynasty's Qing Dai medical fund will be managed by Qing Dai. If you want to have more, you have to rely on yourself. I'll give you a name temporarily. Li Yi poked his eldest disciple's head with his finger. Don't be sad. You have both. That's your name. Your junior brother is an orphan. Junior brother, if you want to buy medicine later, remember to look for me. I'll make it cheaper. The little girl had already thought it through. Li Guizong knelt in front of Li Yi and kowtowed. Thank you, master, for bestowing a name upon me. Yes, get up and eat. Li Yi accepted it. Commoners could not kneel, but his disciples could. His job as a teacher was not a profession, so he did not earn money from it. Even many teachers and doctors of the Tang dynasty did not make money from their disciples. Some were hired by the big clans, or rather invited by them. Some were arranged by the imperial court. They earned money from this. Regardless of which one it was, since he had taken someone's money, he had to be taught well. The teachers of the government schools in the capital office and the Hunan province held the prize vouchers for the children. How many big clans and officials wanted to get one for their children? In the end, he could only spend more money to exchange with other children. The teachers did not dare to be biased. They could not bear the consequences. Once they were found to have given out prize vouchers for the children of a rich family, they would have no other way out except to hang themselves. Li Yi had received a bow from his disciple, so he had to train his disciple well. When his disciple grew up, he would go out to do things under his name. Guizong, wipe your forehead. Princess Yongmu picked up a handkerchief and wiped Li Guizong's forehead. Thank you, master's wife. Li Guizong said naturally. Use your cleverness on your studies, the little girl said. I know, senior sister. Li Guizong continued to be sensible. My two disciples are really should be taken to let them have a look. Li Yi wanted to say that they were too difficult to teach. They were too smart. Then he thought of old Bai. Poor man. Sister, brother-in-law, I woke up late. I moved to a new place and suddenly felt sleepy. The little boy ran over on his scooter. He had not eaten yet. Wash your hands and eat. I'll make you an egg pancake. Li Yi got up and went to the pancake maker. If he could make pancakes, he could naturally make other pancakes. Brother-in-law, don't eat chopped green onions and coriander. I'll have a stomachache if I eat too much. The little boy knew his situation. Li Yi fried an egg pancake, cut it into small pieces, put it on a plate, and put it in front of the little boy. Thank you, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, do you have salted dried tofu? The little boy looked for mustard and pickled vegetables on the table. Yes. Li nodded. Pine Tree next to him jumped out and ran a few steps before stopping. The cub opened Pine Tree's box and found a small box with salted dried tofu in it. As soon as he saw Pine Tree's appearance, he knew that Pine Tree wanted to lead him to run. The movement of his shoulders was different, so he had learned it. How can you open my box casually? Pine Tree found that others were looking at him like that and was depressed. When did it become your box? Starting tomorrow, we'll all pull boxes. The cub said and put the dried tofu in front of the little boy. Thank you, Purple Jade, for taking out the dried tofu that Pine Tree specially brought for me. This is my hobby and you all know it. The little boy solved the confrontation with one sentence. I'm grateful to both of you, as well as others. Pine Tree and the cub, who were about to bicker, instantly stood up and looked at the little boy happily. The little boy seemed to have a talent for the emperor's skills. He didn't understand when other children taught him. The little boy understood with a little hint. Now he was treating people with tenderness. Later, Dong Zhu would probably teach him the killing skills. Don't eat too much. Li Yi stretched out his chopsticks and put 6 pieces on the little boy's plate. The little boy loved to eat this kind of slightly fermented protein food, at least for now. With a lot of exercise, he needed to supplement protein. The easiest to absorb was the fermented type. Just like a child drinking milk, breast milk was not delicious and smelly. But under normal circumstances, which child didn't eat it? Taste and habits were slowly developed. The soup is salty, isn't it? The little boy was really smart. He didn't drink the spicy soup and could tell by looking at his brother-in-law. Have a sip. It's not salty. I'll give you a few more pieces of dried tofu. Li Yi asked his brother-in-law to try it himself. The little boy scooped some soup with a spoon. 6 pieces is enough. I think there'll be one left. If you eat too much, you need to drink more water. You only talk about brother-in-law all day long. Am I a fierce father? Lilongji was eating. When he heard the report, he was relieved and jealous. He was pleased that the child had a good relationship with brother Yi, but it was wrong not to think about his father. Sanlang, shall we cook for the child? Empress Wang didn't care. Her son was with her uncle, so she was relieved. No, brother Yi's dishes are delicious. He can change his taste according to people. Fruit pancakes look the same, but in fact, everyone is different. Lilongji refused to learn. It was too strenuous. A fruit pancake was loved by everyone. How thorough was his understanding of other people's tastes? Was that a fruit pancake? That was to tell others about his ability. After thinking about it, Lilongji said, "In my name, give breakfast to Luoyang Palace, and in the name of the Li family Zhuangzi, make up for the loss of the breakfast seller. No one in the world can compare to him." Yes, Empress Wang agreed. Uncle uses practical actions to teach others about the logistics of the Li family Zhuangzi and the strength of the Ba Shui army. Tell Hunan that I'm coming. Chapter 1904. Just as Empress Wang said, everyone in Luoyang Palace felt a kind of will. The ordinary people thought simply that His Majesty would give them breakfast. But the great clans and local powers understood that this was not a matter of breakfast, but a declaration of imperial power. The Li family Zhuangzi represented imperial power, represented His Majesty. What great clan or aristocratic family could send people to watch the lanterns and capture people on the first night, and then get up early the next morning to provide millions of people with food? No one dared to imagine that the financial, material, and manpower involved were unimaginable. Brother Yi's methods. Lilongji didn't know what to say. They had just arrived from dusk to dawn. What appeared to be a clean government and a gift from His Majesty was an overwhelming offensive. Sanlang, someone must have written a memorial to impeach Uncle. Hunan Prefecture is not like the imperial capital. Empress Wang picked up a quail egg from her bowl of spicy soup and fed it to Lilongji. Lilongji opened his mouth and ate it. People are really not as good as the heavens. He was a little pitiful for those people. There were always people who thought they were powerful, but in reality they didn't exist. The heavens could rain, but people couldn't make waves. Bow is uncomfortable. Quick, change. Empress Wang heard the noise and discovered her daughter's condition. She quickly took care of it. Sure enough, it began to rain. The weather was too obvious. There was no dew, but the morning sun appeared. Those who needed to work would not be delayed by the rain. The 16 guards had changed, but they were still standing guard in the various squares. The women of wealthy families who didn't have specific jobs and other men came to the riverside, west of the 3 bridges of the Luo River. They were looking at the Tang dynasty cruiser, Li's yacht docked here. They were buying fruit juice, beer, rice wine, snacks for drinking, and popcorn. They were all good things, or at least they thought so. Because the seller was a small robot. How much could a plate of fennel beans be worth? The small robot delivered it, plus a bowl of rice, wine brewed this year, 500 taels. Even with this, they still had to line up with umbrellas. It was cheap, 10,000 taels of rice wine. Wine, sake, Xinfeng wine. A shed was built at the back of the shore, and some people were selling umbrellas. Lilongji and the others stood on top of the city wall and looked down with binoculars. Baigu mumbled to himself. Hearing Baigu's mumbling, everyone looked for Li. Li was about 30 steps away from them, holding a large umbrella. If it wasn't for the conspicuous umbrella, they wouldn't have been able to see him in the rain. "Li Lang, aren't you going to work?" Princess Yongmu asked Li as she looked at the 2 children who were sitting next to her and reading on their tablets. The little girl and her junior brother, Li Guizang, were looking at the same computer. The 2 of them were rhythmically flipping through the pages with their fingers. Each page took about 20 seconds. He would read it from the beginning to the end and memorize it. He would read it again tomorrow and the day after to consolidate his knowledge. After I'm done, I'll go to the Ministry of Revenue. The accounts, they're the most troublesome. Checking the accounts is tiring work. Li Yi wasn't in a hurry. Luoyang didn't stop its daily activities, so the commoners continued with their lives. We're too far away from them. Princess Yongmu also looked over. We can't get close. Otherwise, there'll be a bunch of problems. They sell wine and fennel beans below. The cheapest wine bought locally can hold half a caddy of wine in a bowl. Plus 30 to 40 boiled broad beans. It's 500 coins. When I go over, old Baigu will only think about taxes. The capital is only 4 to 5 coins, and the profit is 100 times. Li Yi was prepared. He was prepared to keep the money for himself. He would treat the commoners to spicy soup and buy breakfast from restaurants and stalls. He would pay for it, and it wouldn't be good for him to ask his father-in-law for it. Therefore, he ordered people to buy a large amount of cheap wine and broad beans last night. He boiled the broad beans into fennel beans and sold them outside. They weren't valuable, and most people couldn't see cute little robots. Selling one set could earn back the money for 100 people's breakfast, plus the umbrella. Selling 10,000 sets would probably earn him back his capital. This was because he also bought other people's things, even though they were for his own people. Cooking for the soldiers was cheaper than buying, so the sales volume was about the same. He couldn't give this to old Baigu no matter what, so he stayed away from him. Li Lang, it's easy to earn money. Xiaolan went over to watch the two children study. Her eyes hurt from watching, so she came back to chat. You have to have an official background. It's the hardest to accumulate capital. When you think of a way to get money, quickly find connections. I was lucky and found the right person. Otherwise, I would have to find the right person through others. I can do the same business, but others can't. Fortunately, I don't spend much money on myself, and I return it to society. Li Yi didn't avoid his disciples and directly talked about the truth of life. The little girl's hand that was swiping the screen paused for a moment. Then she started again. Master is right. If you want to find a master, you have to find the best. The second disciple's eyes didn't leave the screen. Old Baigu is actually not bad. Li Yi said against his will. His disciples would definitely not learn from him if they were taught by Baigu. Master is right. The two disciples responded tacitly and continued to watch the screen. Li Yi was gratified. What a good disciple, so quick-witted. The people buying and eating below also felt that the wine was good. The wine was delicious. The Li family Zhuangzi probably didn't make any money from this wine. The taste and texture were excellent. Some people were sent to buy and pack up. When they returned, they would tell others what the little robot looked like. On the other side of the river, there were also people looking at the boat. Li Yi was in a hurry when he returned, so most of the people in Luoyang didn't see the yacht. Looking at it now, it was inspiring. It was too beautiful. This cruiser was from the Tang dynasty. It was very fast, and other boats were 50 miles ahead. It caught up in the blink of an eye. More and more people began to cross the bridge and go around the side to buy things. Baigu mumbled and suddenly stopped. Where's Xiaoyi? Everyone turned their heads at the same time and signaled with their eyes. Over there, under the big umbrella. Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi! Baigu shouted. He was full of energy. You ran so far, and you still won't let me go. Li Yi muttered. He shouted back, Who is it? What do you think? Baigu was unhappy. I heard it. The rain is heavy. What's the matter? Li Yi found an excuse. Come here. There's good news. Baigu shouted. You want me to stay here? Li Yi continued to pretend. I'll go over. You stay there and don't move. Baigu wanted to go over. Come, let's go. Aya. Li Yi had no choice but to ask someone to push the umbrella away. There was a platform under the umbrella. Under the platform, there were wheels. It was a universal wheel. Seeing the umbrella move, Baigu's expression relaxed. Li Yi came over. Let's make it clear first. I'm not paying taxes. I've spent too much money. It's not taxes. How much is the tax? Baigu assured Li Yi. You want to take a boat? We'll go over after we finish selling the goods. Li Yi was relieved for the time being. Shall eat crabs. I ate crabs. I ate a few in Chang'an. There are many crabs here. Bring your boat over. The crabs in some places are delicious. Baigu said something that surprised Li Yi. Yes. Ah. Li Yi slapped his forehead. He was thinking about the problem of Hunan province and did not care about the crabs. There were few lakes where the crabs were delicious. The hairy crabs were bigger than the ones raised in Zhuangzi. They were of a different breed. It was too far away to eat them. If they were transported over, they would have died long ago. His yacht was fast. He could transport the live hairy crabs by boat. Chapter 1905. Is that so? Baigu asked. Yes. Li Yi answered. Let's work together. I will send people and you will provide the boat. We will split the profits in half and not collect any taxes from you. Baigu suggested. I have people. I have enough people. Li Yi said with a look of, I don't want to trouble you. We will split the profits in half and not collect any taxes from you. Baigu emphasized the taxes. He was originally one of your people. He was just saying it. You have to give him half. Zhuangzi can refine my engine oil. As for the other oils I have to take, deal, we will split it in half. Li Yi wanted to say that other oils needed to be exchanged with lifespan, but he suddenly remembered that it would be beneficial for the locals if the yacht went to collect crabs. The locals did not like to eat crabs. There were too many of them, and they could not be sold. It was a problem of transportation. Chang and Woyang crabs were expensive. In order to preserve them, honey was used. There were so many crabs in the production area that no one ate them. How much meat was there in crabs? Wouldn't it be better to eat fish? You are in charge of sales. Baigu added. He would not sell. The yacht will go over at noon. Head east and enter the canal. When we arrive, ask the fishermen to catch the crabs and send them back. I will sell them today. Li Yi did not expect Baigu to sell anything. To put it bluntly, the idea of selling crabs was suggested by Baigu. Selling today? Zhang Shuo asked deliberately. Did he say something wrong? Pre-sale. Full payment. A few people answered Zhang Shuo's question. They understood. Zhang Shuo looked at the crowd and was slightly disappointed. He could not keep up with the group. He could not maintain the same rhythm. What should we do? Zhang Shuo asked Li Yi. His Majesty will organize a crab tasting banquet for students. He will invite the students to eat a full crab banquet and compose poems with crabs as the theme. Once the news is out, I will sell them in advance. If everyone wants to compose poems, they must at least understand crabs. I will also find a craftsman to make a batch of crab-eating tools. River crabs are small and not as good as sea crabs. Li Yi was familiar with such operations and did not need to think too much. Everyone was already used to Li Yi's reaction speed, and they answered the questions as they were asked. Little brother Yi, what benefits does His Majesty get by contributing? Li Longji was listening to the accounts. The Ministry of Revenue and brother Yi would split the profits equally, while Your Majesty, wants to eat crabs for free. How about that? Li Yi looked at Li Longji. Your Majesty needs a crab to eat? Her Majesty doesn't want to eat crabs. Li Longji glared back. How could Your Majesty not want to eat? When selecting materials for the country, Your Majesty should eat them. When seeking benefits for the people, Your Majesty should eat them. Li Yi listed out the benefits. The common people of the various lakes were fishing crabs for sale and holding a student banquet for publicity purposes. No one was allowed to speak at the banquet. If that's the case, Your Majesty crab wants to eat it. Li Longji was satisfied. Li Yi arranged for people to prepare to sell crabs according to size and gender. The price can't be too high. Just maintain a profit margin of 200%. When purchasing, the common people would catch crabs and hire people to tie straw ropes to the crabs. When the crabs were shipped back to be sold, the ropes would be untied and the dead ones would be kept for themselves. The transportation time was short. Those that died on the way could be eaten, but not sold to others. After weighing, the crabs would be tied back. As for selling the straw ropes, Li family Zhuangzi couldn't afford to lose face. The Li family Zhuangzi's reputation was more important than the weight of the rope. There are already crabs to eat 10 days ago. Send people to catch some. We will eat steamed crabs at noon. We will be busy in the afternoon. Li suggested. There were many rivers and lakes in Luoyang, so there were many crabs. Just like in Chang, and people caught crabs. There were too many crabs and too many people. When there was little food, there was little wine and vinegar. Ginger and garlic were expensive and not as easy to grow as spring onions. Ordinary people boiled crabs in water and used firewood. They couldn't find a pot to steam them. When Li Yi was young, his family held a slightly bigger banquet for 20 to 30 people. He had to borrow plates, bowls, tables, stools, and other things from the neighbors. The people of the Tang dynasty were not wealthier than when he was young, until he came over and started working. They are all small accounts that are not easy to investigate. Baigu understood some of the situation. There were no big problems. There were several groups of people patrolling the Tang dynasty. If 1/3 of Chongping's warehouse was empty, it would definitely be found out. The officials of Hunan were all fishing for benefits in small places. They knew the situation. There was a group of people from the imperial court, a group from the League, a group from the emperor, and a group from the Li family Zhuangzi. They had to be careful and avoid dangerous places, but they were still found out. It was just that they were prepared to come over and didn't want to make a move in Chang. And, of course, there were some officials who didn't have any problems. Their good days were coming. We have neglected our duties. Baigu's delegation admitted. It didn't involve admitting guilt. Their patrolling method was operated according to the old tradition, unlike the Li family Zhuangzi's team, which didn't leave any blind spots. Even the farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi didn't dare to do anything. Just think about it, and you will know what Li Yi's methods were like. Li Yi didn't care about the things that the officials of the Tang dynasty could do. There was no technical difficulty. Strengthen the training in the future. Li Longji didn't pursue the responsibility of the people of the League. Thank you, Your Majesty. The group of members bowed. Go back. It's very humid outside. Li Longji looked and was satisfied. It was raining, so it wasn't comfortable. Going back was actually not as comfortable as staying in the Li family Zhuangzi. After the imperial court meeting, they went to live on the mountain. Li Yi arranged for the winged knights, who didn't have any fresh wounds, to catch crabs to prevent them from getting sick. There were a lot of parasites in the river crabs, so they couldn't be eaten raw. Nowadays, the people in some areas lived a good life. They had steamers. The temperature of the steam was higher than the temperature of boiling water. The high temperature was used to kill the parasites, while eating fresh ones was used to kill the heat-resistant bacteria. In the temporary treatment room, Li Yi and a group of people were busy. Li Longji came and asked for amnesty. Those who should have their sentences reduced, and those who should be released were released. The people in prison didn't have a good life. They had wounds from being beaten and skin diseases. Master, this person has bone injuries on his left pinky and ring finger. I think he was beaten. Help me treat it. I can't do it. The little girl was stitching up a prisoner's wound. She used all kinds of needles and sutures. She spoke as she worked. Okay. Li Yi went over to break it. The prisoner was tied up and had a wooden stick in his mouth. Woo-woo! Woo-woo! The prisoner was in so much pain that his whole body trembled and tears came out. You already survived when you were beaten. What's the difference between a few more times? You're lucky that you can recover. Li Yi looked at the prisoner and didn't feel anything. He was used to it. He just touched it and didn't need to take an X-ray. It was even more impossible to give a scan. The scan required a lifespan. Li Yi was not willing to use a special splint. It was fine as long as it could be used. Did the prisoner pay medical fees? I'll prescribe some medicine for you to reduce swelling and pain. Remember not to drink alcohol. Li Yi habitually reminded the prisoner. Puff! Li Dongzhu, I don't have any alcohol to drink. The prisoner felt better and spat out the stick. Li Guizong took out a tissue and helped the prisoner blow his nose and wipe his tears. Yes, you have to work for half a year and then go home. Remember not to kill other people's cows, just because they don't want to lend you their cows. Li Yi knew the prisoner's situation. This person wanted to borrow his neighbor's cow. If the neighbor didn't lend it to him, he killed his neighbor's cow. If he killed a chicken, dog, pig, or sheep, it was a matter of money. But if the cow died, the owner had to report it to the authorities. Chapter 1906. I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to scare his cow. My voice is loud, and I can imitate the sounds of other animals. I imitated a tiger's roar and rushed over. The cow was so scared that it fell to its death. They insisted that I was the one who pushed the cow. Can I push the cow? The prisoner defended himself with a face full of grievances. You learn one. Everyone, wait a moment. Stop what you are doing. Li Yi didn't believe him, but he still took precautions. He had a family in Zhuangzi that was very powerful. Normal people couldn't learn resonance when they shouted. They could also see faint light in their eyes and echolocation. After checking his body and confirming that there were no diseases, they started to focus on training him. This included the people in his family, those who used knives and long spears. Okay, I'll learn. Ouch! The prisoner roared. Li Yi's ears were buzzing. Not only was the sound loud, but the frequency was different from a normal person's voice. Everyone, including the other prisoners and nurses, trembled in fear. Okay, I believe you. I will reverse the case for you. After you recover, you can go home. You don't have to work. Although the result of the cow's death is the same, you didn't kill the cow intentionally. If you have this ability, how can you be beaten? You should be roaring to scare them. Li Yi opened his mouth and twisted his neck. Finally, he recovered. I was beaten because I roared. I roared in the middle of the night. Even the prison guards beat me. I can't beat them. I'm not a real tiger. The prisoner grinned. Ha ha ha! Many people, including the prisoner, laughed. Where's the cow's money? Li Yi held back his laughter and asked the key question. I borrowed money to pay for it. I bet it on the land. My wife and 2 children are still working. The prisoner's tears flowed again. Someone go and help pay the money. Ask the children to go to school. Tell his wife that he will be out soon. Li Yi ordered, and Go Yan ran out. Li Dongzhu. The prisoner suddenly stopped crying and looked at Li Yi in surprise. You can imitate many animals' cries. I have a job that I need. I will deduct it from your future salary. Oh, are you willing to do it? Li Yi introduced the job. He wasn't going to kill people, he was going to scare cows. Roaring like a tiger in the middle of the night. With this EQ, who would believe that he deliberately killed other people's cows. I'm willing, the prisoner hurriedly declared. All right, there's no rush. There are many sounds of animals and birds that you need to imitate. Rest first. Li Yi continued to put the cast on. What kind of work? The prisoner could not figure out the use of his ability. Dubbing. You'll know about it in the future. Li Yi didn't want to say more as it would be difficult for the other party to understand. He wanted to make a movie. The movie and sound had to be synchronized. It was not a digital movie. It was a very old movie. At first, it was silent, mainly because the synchronization problem was difficult to solve. Later on, there were voices. Occasionally, there would be problems. The mouths and voices of the people on the screen did not match. The counting of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 did not count. He wanted to make films so that he could take pictures of the people. Taking photos was not just for fun or as a souvenir. The photos would be posted and entered into the household register. In the Tang dynasty, the census records were written descriptions of other people's appearances, while the wanted posters usually emphasized the body and facial features. He was able to produce a color photo in one step. The information was ready-made, so they could just follow it. It was not easy to find a good dubbing actor. It was harder than making film. There was one lying in front of him. Li Dongzhu, I want to go home and have a look. I'll come back after a look. The prisoner requested to see if the house was leaky. Bring his family here. We can eat crabs at noon. Don't eat those who are injured. They need to take medicine. Li Yi ordered again, and Huang Bai ran away. Pine Tree and Ziyu did not move. They each took a suitcase. They were competing with each other. The 4 classes were like this. The competition and contradiction between each other would not change with the rotation of people. As long as the name was not changed, they would continue to fight. At noon, the 16 guards, the local soldiers, and most of the winged knights ate the food they bought. Some people in the palace also ate. Li Yi and the others ate crabs. The winged knights, who went to catch crabs, also ate crabs. The winged knights put the crabs in the tofu and shredded radish soup. The staple food was rice and whole wheat mantou. Each person had a big bowl of soup. It was a stew. There was less soup and more dry food. There were 4 eggs in each bowl and a big smoked chicken drumstick. They exercised a lot and needed nutrition. They could not do without meat and eggs. The saying of the poor are literate and the rich are martial referred to eating. If they did not eat, their bodies would not be able to bear it. When it was not Li Yi's literate days, the money for tuition was countless times more than the money for food. If they ate meat, could they eat 3 caddies of beef a day? 3 caddies of beef was enough for a tuition class. Li Yi's dishes were spicy crab, steamed, stewed with pumpkin, fried, stewed with crab paste and bone marrow, crab tofu brew. The big ones were naturally steamed and dipped in ginger vinegar or oil. This mouth, it's completely raised. A few years ago, when did I see so many ways to eat in front of me? Li Dan ate a tofu brew and took a sip of health wine. She sighed with emotion. The tofu brew was first fried in oil. It was similar to the first step of home-cooked tofu. The difference was that one was steamed, the other was stir-fried or braised with sauce. Our lives are better than the lives of the common people. Xiao Yi likes to eat, so let's enjoy life together. This child likes to eat. Noble consort Lu treated Li Yi as her own grandson. The other grandsons could not compare, even if Li Yi could only be her grandson-in-law. Our family's Yuan can't live without braised dishes. Xiao Yi made 3 braised dishes for her. You put in a lot of effort. Li Dan looked at her granddaughter. Princess Yongmu ate braised crab meat, and braised crab balls. The first one was to be braised directly. The second one was to steam the meat that was supposed to be big before adding in the braised sauce and stirring it a few times. The third one was to make the crab meat into big meatballs before braising it. They were all braised and the taste was the same. There was not much difference. Li Yi insisted on making different styles because the taste was different. A group of children who could drink milk liked crab paste and bone marrow the most. They could also eat crab paste and bone marrow. Senior sister, I want to change my name. Li Fuquan, no, Li Guizong said to the little girl. What, do you have a problem with the name Master gave you? The little girl glared at him. No, I just feel that I can't achieve it. How can I be better than Master? I just have a good memory and can play some tricks. Sometimes I dare to fight. For example, when a tortoise bites my finger, I bear with the pain and pull it out, biting the tortoise's neck. Even if the tortoise doesn't bite me, I have to bite it to death. Master knows too many things that I can't learn. I can't even cook. Li Guizong was worried. He was once proud when he discovered his talent. He was so proud that he did not want to find Baigu as his master. He wanted to find the more powerful Li Yi. When he really became Li Yi's disciple, he realized that his pride was nothing in front of Master. Senior sister could crush him. The villagers in Zhuangzi might not be as good as him in terms of memory, but they were all serious and hard-working in other aspects. None of them were bad. Junior brother, you are still young. Don't be sad because of a temporary gap. You have to continue learning. You will get used to it because you'll find that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. The little girl comforted her junior brother. Chapter 1907. Catch grasshoppers, trade grasshoppers, catch grasshoppers, catch grasshoppers, get eggs. It was drizzling. A woman with a tired face, but her eyes were filled with joy as she led her 2 children across the bridge over the Luo River. She held a large new umbrella covering her 8-year-old son. Her 10-year-old eldest son held the umbrella for himself. The younger son held a bunch of grasshoppers strung with grass and sang a nursery rhyme. The eldest son was reciting the contents of the Analects of Confucius, something like, "A gentleman is circumspect, but not circumspect. A villain is circumspect, but not circumspect." As the woman listened to the nursery rhyme, she seemed to recall something. It's been 4 years. Back then, he came to solve the locust plague in Shandong. Now, locusts are hard to find. Today, he came back to relieve my husband of his imprisonment. Plop! A fish jumped out of the water and dove back in. Mother, can my brother and I go to school next year? The older child, reciting the Analects of Confucius, tilted his umbrella to the side and turned his head to ask his mother. Without waiting for the woman to answer, Huang Bai spoke first. Yes, let the school know and take down the 2 lecturers. When you go back, no one will dare say anything about you. Many thanks to Li Dongzhu. The woman hurriedly expressed her thanks. Her husband was imprisoned, and the children were attacked by the other children in school. The lecturers should have disciplined them, but they tacitly allowed it. Even if the children's father pushed someone else's cow down a hill to its death, he should have paid compensation, and he should have been sentenced. It was not a crime of being implicated, so how could he be implicated? As a result, the 2 lecturers were disciplined, and the other students who spoke ill of the 2 children were beaten. If they were not convinced, they were forced to withdraw from school. Is my husband well? The woman thought of the suffering her children had suffered in school, and also worried about whether her husband had suffered. He'll be able to go home in a few days. Today, Dongzhu invited you to eat crabs together. Go Yan did not directly answer. In the middle of the night, he had been beaten like a tiger. His fingers had been fractured, and there were still stitched wounds on his body. When the family of 4 met, the 2 children cried out, "Father," tears streaming down their faces. The woman saw that her husband's body was wrapped in gauze in more than 10 places. He sat there laughing foolishly. Her tears rolled back, but she forced them back. Many people beat you up? The woman recognized plaster casts. It was written in medical books that doctors in Luoyang would apply plaster casts on people with fractures. I couldn't talk them out of it at night. I thought about it, and I didn't want them to sleep, so I roared and scared them. Hee hee. If the man wasn't afraid now, who would dare to hit her? He was going to work for Li Dongzhu in the future. Dad, did you learn to bark like dumb insect again? The child wiped his tears. Seeing that his father's condition seemed to be fine, he was relieved. In the future, you too will practice with me. Li Dongzhu wants to use this ability. Eat the crabs. Hurry up and eat the crabs. The man was in a good mood when he saw his wife and child, even though he was in so much pain that he was numb. The pain of the wound was not as bad as stitches. After the stitches, the wound would swell, and the dressing had to be changed. It would take a while for the fractured finger to recover. Fortunately, the weather was cool, so it wasn't that bad. Silly boy, aren't you going to eat? The man's wife looked around and found a basin. She brought the child over to wash his hands. If you don't let me eat it, I can't say that I'm eating crabs. In the future, you can do easy work at home and rent out the land. Don't ask for rent. Li Dongzhu started to pay me 20 yuan a month. He told me to practice the sounds of animals. The silly boy was called Zhanghan, just like his name. With money, his body didn't hurt as much anymore. Why is he paid 20 yuan? Zhang Han's wife couldn't figure it out. Her family didn't have much money. Otherwise, why would they borrow a cow from someone else? I don't know. Anyway, Li Dongzhu wants me. Zhang Han shook his head. Then, he suddenly remembered something. Li Dongzhu wants the cow. He said that if we lost the cow, he would pay us back. The cow is his. He asked where the dead cow went. The cow was taken away by the yamen. How can he give it to us? We can't give Li Dongzhu the cow. What should we do? The woman began to worry. It's okay. My Dongzhu will personally ask the yamen for the cow. My Prime Minister Dongzhu is magnanimous. He wins people over with virtue and is easy to talk to. Huang Bai knew that someone was going to be unlucky. The dead cow could be sold for meat and hide. The yamen took it away, and it would be divided. As for Zhang Han, what could he do? Try to change it to Chang'an? If he dared to do that, there would be students who would help the people fight a lawsuit. Brother Yang, you've worked hard for the people. Take a seat. We haven't seen each other in a while. Also, brothers. Li Yi saw an old friend. It was Yang Li, the secretary he met the first time he came to Luoyang, and the people he brought with him. Now that Yang Li had become the deputy district magistrate, his treatment had improved. Dr. Li is the one who serves the country and the people. Yang Li sat down nervously. Li Yi was a fourth-rank official back then. Now, it wasn't a matter of rank. Li Yi's words were the most effective in the imperial court. The people of Shannon East Road were indebted to Li Yi. The locust plague had turned into a great harvest. It was not easy to find a grasshopper now. The children could exchange 100 grasshoppers for a coin. It was a pity to feed chickens and ducks. Eat crabs. There will be more crabs in the future. When the time comes, we can bring them home for our brothers. Li Yi was almost done eating. If he didn't eat, how would the others eat? Due to the difference in status, everyone tried their best to relax. They started eating crabs and drinking wine in small mouthfuls for fear of getting drunk. After each person had eaten about 3 crabs, Li Yi asked, "Who is responsible for the death of a cow?" "Cow. Dr. Li wants to eat cow?" Yang Li reacted quickly. "No, I found a new person. He said that he pushed someone else's cow down the hill and asked for money as compensation. I helped him pay back the money. The cow should be mine," Li Yi said slowly. He looked at Yang Li. If Yang Li took the cow, he would give him a warning. He was not allowed to cheat the people. "Zhang Han." Yang Li said his name. "Brother Yang, you know him?" Li Yi nodded slightly. "That cow. Everyone will share it. The county magistrate will take care of it. He will take the lion's share. The rest will be cooked by everyone. He can't drink it alone." Yang Li's face changed. He lowered his voice. He wanted to give up his brother first. "Compensate the cow. 101 cows. Those who want to eat them have to pay. As for the rest of you, forget about it. You are worth a cow. I will take 100. Li Yi did not force the other party to hand over a dead cow. He also stripped them of their positions. The other party was indeed familiar with the local situation. Since he needed a general amnesty, he could use this as an excuse to punish them lightly. If they ate a dead cow, they would return 100. "Dr. Li, do you want a dead cow or a live cow?" One of the bailiffs asked. "Of course a live cow. How can there be 100 dead cows? The cows are alive and well. How can they die because of my words?" Li smiled and said, he wanted to make these people lose a lot of money. If not, they would be charged with theft. It would be considered an organized crime. After stealing, they would be charged with dereliction of duty and other crimes. "Thank you, Dr. Li. Dr. Li, we won't dare to do it again." The other bailiff was afraid and relieved. Luckily, he had met Li Yi and did not offend him. Chapter 1908. Everyone finished their meal in a special mood. Li Yi took out a lot of gifts for them and sent them out of his palace. 1 dead cow in exchange for 100 live cows? Li Dongzhu really dares to open his mouth. Outside Ziwei City, everyone let out a sigh of relief. A bailiff said, "It's already not bad, spending money to avoid disaster. If they really investigate, they will lose their official position, be fired, and be beaten." Yang Li thought that Li Yi was benevolent and righteous. As for money, the Li family Zhuangzi's Zhuangzi usually gave them a lot of benefits, so they could still get it together. If they were short of money, they could ask the Li family Zhuangzi for help. They would always find a way to give them things, but they couldn't take the common people's things. If this matter went deeper, it could force a family to sell their land. Originally, the dead cow could be sold for some money. If it was taken away, the man would go to jail. How could the woman and 2 children work in the fields? They owed more and more debts and finally sold their land. It was estimated that the emperor came to ask for amnesty, so Li Yi showed mercy. In the future, there wouldn't be a similar opportunity. Xiao Yi, how can one dead cow be exchanged for 100 live cows? Everyone who also finished their meal came to find Li Yi. It was time to go to work. They got the news and asked in passing. Li Yi got up and prepared to take over the Ministry of Revenue. His 2 disciples stood at the side, each holding an abacus. The little girl and Li Guizong didn't use an abacus. They learned the mental abacus, arithmetic, taught by their master. The principle was very simple. It was like playing blind chess. The mind simulated the chessboard and the chess pieces moving. The abacus was also simulated and the numbers were calculated according to the formula. Those who knew mental abacus arithmetic were very nimble. Otherwise, how could they simulate? If I said that I could specially process the meat of that cow and sell it for the price of 100 live cows, you would say that I took over after so long. I won't talk nonsense. They took my benefits and dared to rob the common people. If I don't teach them a lesson, would I love them? Li Yi was straightforward. Not only them, you are also the same. I'll help take care of your family members. If there's anyone with a headache or fever, I'll personally take care of them. Don't tell me that the benefits aren't enough to support the family and socialize. I still have to pay for all the banquets. You want to rent 100 cows to the commoners? Yao Chong knew that Li Yi wouldn't need them. No, I will buy the hills and valleys behind and put them there. Snatching and planting greenhouses, the common people use less land in winter. Li Yi pointed to the west. 25 li away, a large piece of land belonged to him. Sigh. Lu Huaishan shook his head. It's not just about bragging. It's also about the relationship between neighbors. Maybe Zhang Han doesn't get along well with his neighbor, or maybe that neighbor doesn't get along well with anyone else. Li Yi didn't have any good ideas about this. People's personalities were different. I have an ox, but I won't lend it to you. I'm happy to see your family pulling the plow. There were also some people who thought, we're neighbors and I'm not borrowing it for free. Why are you so stingy? Do you think I won't help you when your family is in trouble? Thus, conflicts arose. There was no right or wrong, only results. However, Li Yi felt that it was still a matter of personal ability. He used to get along well with his neighbors. If he was at Zhang Han's house, he would definitely be able to borrow the ox because he had the ability to make the other party value him. For example, this neighbor would probably take the initiative to ask him if he wanted to use the ox. His previous neighbors were good. If someone was sick and went to the hospital to see a doctor, he could find the number of a specialist with just a phone call. In the future, the newspapers will teach more specific work methods and cultivate specialized talents. The neighbors will complement each other. Li Yi decided to improve the relationship between the commoners in a big way. People who didn't have their own abilities were looked down upon by the people around them. Everyone went to find their seats when they arrived. The people in the group also had to work, and it wasn't like he didn't know how to. Outside, the news of Her Majesty's student banquet began to spread, mainly about the big crabs in other places. Reservations were accepted, full payment, and the quantity was limited according to the size. There were other methods for male and female. As soon as the news was released, countless people rushed to buy it. The people who wanted to buy it were not Luoyang locals, but people who came with the group or arrived by train. There were many customers of Wentian Orchid Pavilion who wanted to buy it, the other big merchants of Chang, and were even more supportive. They knew that Li Yi was in charge, so an awkward silence was definitely not allowed. Someone was in charge of registering and collecting money. An hour later, the first 4 days of crab were sold out. For days later, there would be more sales. After the court meeting, a group of people would go to live in the mountains. The big families of Luoyang could only sigh. Li Yi's power was so terrifying. The commoners couldn't eat the hairy crabs, but they could fish for the crabs in the surrounding rivers and ponds. The newspapers also wrote about how to catch crabs, how to light the lamps at night, and how to set up the floodgates. The commoners of Hunan enjoyed the same treatment as the commoners of the capital, rent-free and paid taxes. Other aspects couldn't be compared, but from the newspapers and the merchants who came and went, the commoners knew how the commoners of the capital lived. Finally, it was his turn. Her Majesty would stay until next summer, accompanied by Li Dongzhu. With Li Dongzhu, Zhuangzi was the real Li family Zhuangzi. The people's hearts are yearning for it. Li Longji became idle. He looked at the information sent by Gao Lisher regarding the movements of the commoners of Luoyang Palace today. The commoners looked as if they were celebrating a festival. They were jubilant, full of energy and radiant. They were like children who were allowed to play with their friends for a while. It felt like Luoyang Palace was alive. Li Dan also looked at it. Since he couldn't be the emperor again, he might as well take a look at the confidential documents. It says that more than 200 families have agreed to the marriage. Originally, they took into account that the other party's families' economic conditions weren't good. He found something interesting. The man and woman despised each other's family for being poor and were unwilling, even if the matchmaker spent a lot of effort to persuade them. Noble consort Lu smiled and said, "Knowing that Xiao Yi is coming, there will be more work to earn money. As long as there are no problems in other aspects, they naturally don't care about the current predicament." She had stayed among the commoners before and understood the situation. The commoners were afraid that their children would suffer after marrying a wife. They didn't expect the other party to give a lot of betrothal gifts and dowry. They had to have money to live. They waited for each other to see if they could find something better, even if they were satisfied in other aspects. Xiao Yi provided many jobs for the commoners in Chang'an. As long as they were hardworking and willing to work, their family's normal expenses, including buying clothes and eating meat, could be saved later. Yes, Empress Wang had just changed his diaper. Look at the young man's good character and hard work. Look at his daughter's filial piety and nimble work. If they don't get married soon, others will snatch them away. As she spoke, she looked down at her sleeping daughter and kissed her. Look at my daughter. She won't be able to get married in the future. She only knows how to eat and sleep all day. Isn't that right? After being kissed, Bao Er's mouth moved as if she was drinking milk. Her legs were kicking, and she didn't wake up to answer the question. People who have lost their land in other places should gather in Luoyang. Brother, Yi has to provide hundreds of thousands of jobs. When did the local government officials become like this? Li Longji thought about the situation in the coming days and sighed. It's almost done. If it's the same, I'm afraid they'll rebel. Wu Ji always had some thoughts of struggle and had a strong desire for power. Chapter 1909. Uncle will not rebel. Empress Wang corrected her sister's mistake. I'm not talking about Li Yi. I pity the Hu family, but they can't do anything about it. Wu Jiu explained. She was not worried about Li Yi. If Li Yi wanted to rebel, no one could do anything about it. How can my Yuan be like Hua Xian? Hua Xian is not part of the Han dynasty, and Yuan is part of the Tang dynasty. Lu Jiu saw Wu Jiu mentioning Hua Guang, and quickly said that the situation was different. Hua Guang's wife, Hua Xian, was far from Yuan in terms of status. Hua Guang was not the son-in-law of the Han dynasty. Sister, you're right. Wu Ji realized that she had said something wrong and quickly corrected her. My Sanlang is incomparable to Lu Che, although, yes, how can Wei, Hua, and the other capable ministers compare to Uncle's ability? Empress Wang praised Li Longji and suddenly remembered that Empress Chen did not give birth to Lu Che's child. What she did not say was understood by everyone. Zhao Li, who became Zhao Ji, was the most depressed. Her son almost became the crown prince. At the crucial moment, Li Yi appeared and insisted on protecting Empress Wang. With his heaven-defying medical skills, he cured Empress Wang's illness. When the legitimate son was born, Li Yi protected him and raised him in Zhuangzi. They did not even dare to dream that Shang would die prematurely. Even if Shang died, Empress Wang could continue to give birth. If Li Yi said no, other people's children would not be able to. Hundreds of thousands of jobs. I think, brother, he already has a plan. Li Longji changed the topic. He did not want to think about such things. Let bygones be bygones and look forward. I should have made arrangements before coming. Li Dan also changed the topic. The people of Luoyang are blessed. Wu Ju knew that she should not have mentioned Huoguang and reminded everyone of unpleasant memories. When that time comes, the later Turks will be a foregone conclusion. Shao Yi, this child, does not have much ability. The more he fights, the richer he gets, and the better the lives of the people. Lu Jiu continued to praise her son-in-law. There is no such thing as being militaristic. Looking at Tubo after the war, he began to bring back money. At the same time, he was waiting for Tubo to open up the Silk Road to India and sell things over. The grasslands in the north would become the cultivation base for many crop seeds. The battle was dazzling. The Tang dynasty did not lose many people, and they occupied a large area of territory. We're still eating crabs tonight. Get someone to catch and buy them. Li Tan's biological mother, Lu Huafei, suggested. She had eaten crabs for lunch and didn't have enough. She had always suspected that the injury on her son's face was caused by someone else's scheme. Now, she did not ask for the crown prince. She only wanted the child to grow up well. The wound on his face could no longer be seen. It was the same color as the rest of his skin. She was grateful to Li Yi. Li Yi had turned a person who had become irritable because of her ugly face into a gentle and refined person. All right. Li Longji nodded. Yang Si-sun quietly left to make arrangements. During dinner, Zhang said that he looked fine. Everyone cleaned them up and took over the work. There were a lot of small problems, but there were no major problems. Chongping's warehouse was the most important. The warehouse was checked. When he was in Hunan, he only had a year's worth of grain. Now he had 3 years' worth of grain. The 4th year's worth of grain would be stored in the warehouse after the statistics were done. The year's worth of grain referred to the relief grain needed by Hunan, not the year's worth of grain. At that time, the year's worth of grain had been replaced with new rice. In the entire Hunan, the heaviest grain was last year's grain. Li Yi was in charge of taking over the Ministry of Revenue. He personally arranged for people to check. If he did not find any major problems, there would not be any major problems. He had made contributions. He had guarded the key areas. Even if more than 70% of the new grain was new indica rice, wasn't indica rice still rice? Wouldn't it fill one's hunger? Shao Yi, thank you. Zhang Shuo thanked Li Yi. The indica rice was found by Li Yi's people elsewhere. Hunan and Jiangnan's East Road planted it in large quantities. If you have any good people, try to recommend them. I'm not strict, as long as they have the ability. Li Yi was not modest. He had indeed helped Hunan get a large amount of indica rice. He was quite satisfied with Zhang Shuo. The warehouses of the Ministry of Revenue were not empty. It's better to find His Majesty. Zhang Shuo refused. Recommending talents to Li Yi was the most difficult. As long as Magistrate Zhang is happy. Li Yi did not care. Whether you can find someone or not, you still have to go through me. I heard that you eat crabs at night. Won't you get sick? Song Jing leaned over. No. When there are big sea crabs, I'll bake them, just like how I bake small potatoes. You guys have eaten prawns before. Li Yi guaranteed. Eat as much as you want. If there's a problem, I'll take care of it. The rain has stopped. Look, there's a sunset. Zhang Juling did not care about what to eat. He looked at the sky in the west. The sunset was more beautiful than the morning glow. There will be a lot of mosquitoes tomorrow. At the last moment of their struggle, the rain gave them a chance. In the winter, inoculate people with smallpox vaccines. The capital magistrate has been fooled into inoculating many people. Li Yi inoculated the people of the capital magistrate. He did not inoculate those who were old, had skin diseases, or had other immune diseases. This way, there would not be any major problems. In the winter, the skin would be less affected, so it was relatively safe to inoculate. When other vaccines were developed, they would still have to be inoculated. The side effects could not be helped. In theory, if you could not bear it when you were inoculated, then when you really encountered the disease, some viruses had always existed. Otherwise, why would so many children die young? Low average lifespan? Wasn't it just diseases caused by poor nutrition, labor intensity, and environmental sanitation? Those who did not inoculate might not encounter the virus in their lifetime. They could live for a long time, but if they were inoculated, they would die. This was true for individuals, but it could not be calculated for groups. Li Yi could only choose groups, including the people around him. The number of people who died from smallpox vaccination in 100 years was less than 1% of those who died from a smallpox outbreak. When smallpox appeared in a county, the whole county would be sealed off. Many people did not die from smallpox, but from starvation. Of course, with Li Yi in the Tang dynasty, it was impossible for the people in the sealed area to starve to death. He had a small robot to deliver things. He could also drive livestock in and bring things out. Take a bath first before eating. I'll soak again after eating. Baigu was tired. Previously, when he was in Chang, and the intensity of his work was not so great. His subordinates were powerful, and they resolved any problems immediately. Some matters in Luoyang were piled up and cleaned up one by one. Fortunately, Li Yi had taken over the Ministry of Revenue, so he was busy with other things. Don't eat too much tonight. If you fall into the pool, you'll torment me again, Li Yi reminded him. I won't soak after eating. Baigu considered it and chose safety first. He had heard from Li Yi that sometimes people were finished in an instant. There was no time to save them. He had not lived enough. He wanted to see the sun rise tomorrow and see more people live a good life. Leaving one's name in history was something after death. He did not want to die now. He wanted to leave his name and life behind. I'll just soak it up with soap. After washing up, we'll eat, Zhang Jiling said. We'll sleep after eating. Su Yi was also afraid. He was too tired today and was worried that he would not be able to get out of the pool. Everyone, don't eat spicy food tonight. Leave it for the young people. Don't eat tofu or carrots either. Li Yi considered and reminded them. His reminder was an order in everyone's hearts. Don't eat. Listen to Xiao Yi. Brothers and sisters who are capable, please return to Qijian to subscribe. Thank you. The farmer bowed. Chapter 1910. The bonfire was still burning, and the flickering flames gave people a visual impression of spatial distortion. After a light snowfall, no more moths danced around the bonfire. Tents were set up, most of them made of leather. A mess of leather. The horses and livestock were fenced in with simple fences. The horses could easily jump out of the fences or even break through them, but they didn't. The grass was yellow and dry. It had been chopped into sections. The roof of the temporary stable and the sheds of the sheep pen became their warm shelter. It was easy to go out, but difficult to survive. They understood. After eating, the horses lay down on the grass to sleep, lying on their sides. Some of the sheep lay down, while others huddled together for warmth. It was surrounded by a small fence made of canvas, not a large fence. The fences could block the wind from the ground to the top of the fences, and the height of the sheep could completely block it. The horses couldn't, so lying down was the most suitable. Horses would only lie down to sleep when they thought it was absolutely safe, or when they were absolutely tired, sick, or giving birth to a pony. There were more than 100,000 people in the camp, and the bonfire was just dry grass. There were no large branches, but there were small perennial berry trees and brambles that didn't grow tall. Everyone was roasting meat over the bonfire. There were game and sheep. The meat was sliced off and dipped in salt and pepper. There was no pepper, only pepper powder, refined salt, and cumin. They were very satisfied with the 60,000 or so people who ate good stuff. There was a group of people sitting around a small bonfire next to a large bonfire. "Jianggang, your wine is delicious." One person took a sip of the 62-degree distilled wine and grinned from the spiciness. He praised, "My whole body feels hot after drinking it." Commander Fu Difu, Dong Zhu, said that the alcohol in the wine can't provide direct heat. It feels hot because the metabolism is fast. Eating at this time can replenish the body's heat while metabolism is fast, which is to speed up the absorption. Do you understand? Oh, it's hot. Jianggang, the leader of the feathered forest flying cavalry, wanted to explain to the other party. As he spoke, he gave up. "Fine, if you say it's hot, then it's hot." They were the dozens of telegram teams and the 40,000 celestial soldiers who were returning in rotation. They brought the Bonigan clan, led by Fu Difu, back to the celestial soldiers. Fu Difu actually had a West River Regional Advisor Deputy Redwater Army Commander, who should have gone to West River. However, Hashi Jidushi's side had a lot of people. The people who withdrew from Tubo were replenished, so that Gulligan people could no longer serve as the first line of defense. Therefore, Gulligan's tribe, which was supposed to head west, circled around to avoid the later Turks and turned southeast. They had brought a large number of horses and sheep, but no cattle, which were of no use to them. During this period, Jianggang used his own ability to take over command, and the Celestial Army and a portion of the Henji Army acknowledged him. This included the current Fu Difu. He admired Jianggang. Jianggang commanded more than 100,000 men in an orderly manner, passing messages back and forth through telegrams and scouts. "I understand. The wine isn't hot. What's hot is the heat from eating. It's like the wind. The wind only blows. When it's hot, it's hot. When it's cold, it's cold." Fu Diji actually understood. How smart. Jianggang immediately gave him a big thumbs up. Awesome. It was easy to talk to such a person. "Jianggang, how did you manage to mobilize over 100,000 people so easily? I don't think they're all telegrams." As the leader of a tribe, Fu Diji's ability was there. "Yes, telegrams are just to make things more convenient for me. It's normal for scouts to pass messages. When I was fighting on the Li family Zhuangzi sand table, it was always 1,000,000 soldiers moving around a large area. In addition, there were also 100-men team hiding in a small area, ambushing, looking for opportunities, protecting themselves, destroying the enemy, and using everything that could be used." Jianggang acknowledged Fu Diji once again. You could tell he and his brothers were fighting on the Zhuangzi sand table, just like the strategy games in Li Yi's esports. Each person had a large sand table in front of them, and they couldn't see each other. There was another large sand table with a group of referees. There were people passing messages back and forth. When there were people on your side on the sand table, an area would be marked out. When your people were annihilated, all the signs would be taken away. The operation of 1,000,000 soldiers would look for the enemy and set up an ambush. Sometimes a victory or defeat would be because a certain 100-man team happened to ambush the enemy's main camp. When the enemy's main camp was exposed, they would immediately mobilize their own troops to attack. This type of sand table was strategic command. There were also smaller ones, such as the 100-man team, to survive and complete the mission. After each large sand table exercise, some people would be selected and promoted. At that time, they would be the commander of a certain 1,000-man team. Thousands of people participated in the largest sand table battle drill. The sand table exercise was fake, but the training of thinking patterns was real. In a normal battle, you could lead tens of thousands of soldiers and still not see the enemy's headquarters. Similarly, scouts would be sent to look for the enemy's people, scout against scout, battlefield concealment, and so on. In the end, it would be implemented on maps. The maps of the Tang dynasty were amazing. Everyone knew how to draw maps. He could command 1,000,000 soldiers in battle, even if he wasn't as good as some of his colleagues. He could also use 100-man team tactics, even if he still couldn't compare to his brothers. Like Qin Li, he was always at a disadvantage. In the end, he simply focused on defense, but it didn't mean that he didn't know how to attack. All the wing knights had to learn whether they had good grades or not. Jiang Gang's grades were the best among these people, so he was the commander. The other winged knights cooperated with him. The team of more than 100,000 people was operating, and it stretched for dozens of miles. He used his extraordinary performance under special circumstances to win the praise and recognition of others. Our Tang dynasty is getting more and more powerful. Fu Difu sighed and said He felt that he didn't lose out. He looked at the canvas fence that was brought by the Tang dynasty's army. In a few days, when they arrived at the Celestial Army, they had agreed to arrange accommodations and ensure that no one would freeze to death in winter. Not freezing his clansmen to death in winter was his greatest pursuit. He had dreamed about it before, but when he woke up, he found that dozens of his clansmen had died. At this moment, the flame was swaying, and he also suspected that he was in a dream. How could that telegram contact each other from so far away? Why did this wine make him feel warm all over after drinking it? The Celestial Army is busy building houses with Kong beds. When we get there, we'll learn how to make coal. Try to use warm water, or else our hands won't bend from the cold. Jiang Gang stretched out his hands and gestured. It's not cold now, but it's colder than fishing in the water in winter. Fu Difu's clansmen were dry. How could they care about whether their hands were cold in winter? How cold were they? When the horse peed, they put their hands there to keep warm. If there was no snow, the surroundings were dry, and they were thirsty, they would just drink the horse's pee with both hands. Yes, it's mainly because I've been living in Chang'an for a while, so it's okay to forget about everyone. Jiang Gang smiled. That was good. It was unlike a small number of rich people in Chang, and who couldn't bear hardships. If he counted on those people, the Tang dynasty would be doomed. Look at Dongzhu. He could even put his hands into cow dung to keep warm. When he was playing with everyone, he also drank human pee. He didn't need to do that. Would the Li family Zhuangzi drink less water? Chapter 1911. The sharp-witted tribesmen looked at the canvases that were connected to the fence and felt at ease. They didn't have such canvases. Even when the ice melted, they could only ride on sheepskin rafts. They learned from the people on the other side of the Yellow River and speared fish in the small sea. Needless to say, their hands were cleaned with soap and their faces were smeared with glycerin. The children had glycerin on their faces and smiled brightly. They were careful not to rub the glycerin off when eating barbecued meat. Their impression of the Tang dynasty was vague, but they looked forward to the arrival of the heavenly army. They only wanted to sleep in a warm place in winter so that their sheep and horses wouldn't freeze to death. They heard that in addition to building houses, there were also cave dwellings. It was just that there were a lot of sheep in the house. Yes, those who were rich knew how to bake bricks and build houses. Nowadays, pepper and fennel were delicious, and milk tea was easy to drink. Fu Difu looked at the children eating happily and then looked at the older people. He asked Jiang Gang, "What kind of house did we live in the past?" "Brick houses." Li Dongzhu let the people who lived in the cave dwellings come out and build houses in flat areas where landslides were less likely. Dongzhu pointed out the location of the coal mines and sent people to teach them how to bake bricks and pottery. The people dug coal together and sent it over. Then they made their own bricks and tiles. The skilled workers in charge of baking the kilns received extra bricks and coal as their wages. You go over and help make the bricks. The houses won't be given to you out of charity. You can exchange for them through your own labor. Jiang said something that shouldn't be his responsibility. Fu Difu brought the tribesmen to the place, and there would be officials to take over. Li Dongzhu said that they would only feel at home when they were asked to work, and not as passers-by. Fu Difu took a sip of wine. We have the strength. We'll exchange sheep for food first. The silage we prepared will be thrown away. You can raise the sheep yourselves and make cheese to exchange for things. We have a lot of silage and hay. You can send people to form groups and patrol together. If you encounter enemies, you can fight together. The fodder will be your military pay. You're a general, the deputy of the West River military advisor, and the Chishui military advisor of the Bohai Commandery. We'll also provide military supplies such as quilts, mattresses, military coats, 7 or 8 pots, etc. Jiang also took a sip of wine. After the light snow, there was no snow on the ground, so it was cooling down. Fu Diji was slightly taken aback. You're not taking our weapons? It's not like you're surrendering. We're on the same side. Later on, the Turks were forced to the small sea, and you shifted your strategy from there. Jiang smiled. The tribe led by Fu Difu was different from other tribes. He had always been an official of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty was able to mobilize the Gully army, especially to reinforce Huge Stone City. Fu Difu led the Gully army's warriors to help. The Tang dynasty provided them with tea bricks, silk, and weapons. He was similar to Su Lu, but Su Lu felt that his wings had hardened. Therefore, he cancelled the effects on the commandos. He didn't care if Su Lu was unhappy. He had received the telegrams sent to Tubo along the way. He would take the opportunity to beat up Su Lu again before winter. Fu Diming nodded. Yes, I'm a general of the Tang dynasty. He always believed that he did not belong to the Tang dynasty. He only took the things that belonged to the Tang dynasty, did not fight with the Tang dynasty, and helped the Tang dynasty. This time he had no choice. The Tang dynasty had taken care of the Tubo, and later on, the Tang dynasty could not defeat the Tang dynasty. He could either side with the later on or side with the Tang dynasty. When he reached the place, he would keep his weapons in case he suddenly rebelled. Who would have thought that the Tang dynasty would really treat him as a general of the Tang dynasty? Things were different after that. He could ask for more arrows if he lacked. Thinking about this, he asked Jiang tentatively, "We lack arrows. 10,000, 5,000? Arrows are easy. There's no hurry. You guys are mainly targeting the later on. I don't think they will attack in winter. You guys are mainly patrolling with them." Jiang smiled. I said that I wanted you guys to help me fight. It's just an excuse. Who are you going to attack? The later on. We'll switch places with you. Our people will hold them off. After winter, the later on dare to send troops to the south? Are they looking for death? Oh, Fu Difu remembered. If you guys like to go out and wander, head northeast. There's a large coniferous forest near the north. There are a lot of pine trees and wild animals there. You guys can bring them back to exchange for things to support your family. There are arrows. The Celestial Army is upgrading their equipment. The requirements for bows and arrows have been lowered. The ones that are eliminated are for you guys. Jiang thought of an idea. He wanted to say it first, and then report it to His Majesty. There's a large red pine forest there. It's similar to the one in Bohai, but no one picks it. The Shi tribe will probably pick it this year. They have limited manpower. Pine nuts are tiring to eat. Picking them is troublesome. There's pine oil on your hands. It's not easy to peel them. Burn them together with the pine trees and then smash them. Fu Difu had no love for pine nuts. There was a pine forest in Shanghai. He didn't know how to deal with it. If he had the time to eat, he might as well use the pine branches to burn. Dongzhu has a way to make the pine nuts open. They can be eaten with one's fingernails. They are very expensive in Chong. And Jiang felt a sense of superiority again. It came from his instructor, Li. Look, you guys have everything. You guys don't know how to use them. Even a pine nut is tiring to eat. 200 jin for a sheep? Fu Difu wanted to know how much it was. It was most convenient to use sheep as a measurement. The sheep here? 5 jin for one. Jiangang gave a ratio. There were not many pine nuts. Ordinary people couldn't eat them. Let's rest there for 2 days and then look for pine nuts. Fu Difu felt that he had missed out on so much. The pine nuts sold in Chang and are 5 jin for one sheep. It's good enough that you guys can get one sheep with the 30 jin you guys picked. Jiangang made it clear. When the other party came back with a bunch of pine nuts, if they couldn't get one sheep with 5 jin, they would think that he was lying. 40 jin. Let's go. Fu Difu took the initiative to give in. 40 jin was fine. How long would it take to raise a sheep? How long would it take to pick pine nuts? There were many pine trees. Bring them back with a plow. If they didn't peel them there, it would be too tiring. Bring them back for the children and the elderly. Fu Difu thought about how the pine nuts would fall when they ripened. He was afraid of wasting them. He looked at his people. Let's hurry up tomorrow. We won't rest. The grass can be used for a plow. Fu Difu had made up his mind. If it snowed heavily, he would bring the plow back. If it didn't snow, he would use horses. Are you sure? Jiangang turned to look for his telegraph. The other party had agreed. He had to report it. Go. Fu Difu's mind was filled with thoughts of exchanging pine nuts for money. Jiangang moved to the side and opened the box of the telegraph. He started to send the message. During the day, he would shake it to charge the battery. He could use it at any time. The message was sent out amidst the ticking sounds. The heavenly soldiers were the first to receive it. Guan Yujin didn't sleep and continued to memorize the numbers. When he received the message, he translated it and sent it out. He then brought the message to Zhang Jiajin. Zhang Jiajin finished reading it. Let's follow them. The forest is big and the Turks aren't a threat. Call the Shi tribe and the Khitans. Ask the other tribes that surrendered if they want to go. He wanted to send a large number of troops to pick pine nuts. It would be a pity if they didn't pick them and leave them there. I'll send a message to Dongzhu. Guan Yujin sent another telegram. Chapter 1912. Keep it first. When it's transported to the mountain, build the hospital and put it in a safe place. The telegram was sent all the way. When Li Longji and a group of people found Li Yi had just led his disciples and nurses to soak a cadaver in medicine. A person without a family member had passed away in Grief Tian Square and was directly handed over to Li Yi. Li Yi first held a set of ceremonies to respect the deceased before dealing with it. Li Longji and the rest waited outside. They couldn't go in. This place didn't allow unrelated people to enter. Moreover, no one was willing to go in. They felt that the surroundings were cold and gloomy. Li Yi and the rest took a shower and changed their clothes. The clothes they changed into were still white coats. Xiao Yi, is it better to wear an official's uniform at night than the one you're wearing now? Lu Huaishan looked at Li Yi under the kerosene lamp. The color of the clothes was too eye-catching. Li Yi thought about it and thought of the Qing dynasty official's uniform. He bounced when he walked and quickly shook his head. I'm used to it. The official's uniform is not suitable. Have the cows been sent? Li Yi thought that the 100 live cows had been gathered. The cows are a small matter. Let's talk somewhere else. Yao Chong also didn't like to stay here. You two rest. You two follow. Li Yi first said to the nurses and then called his disciple. Okay. The little girl responded obediently. Li Guizong was looking for trouble. Thank you, master. There are more people in front of me. I will work hard to learn. Bai Gu. When he heard this, he felt uncomfortable all over. There was a child who was too bad. In order to not be his disciple, he said that there must be one of them who can be his master. After scaring him, his answer immediately became the content of Xuanzi. Mencius, and Shangshu. His disciple was gone. When he went back, he was teased by the little robot. What did the three people with the surname Bai have to do with him? Song Jing, Su Er, and Zhang Jiling sighed almost at the same time. Alas, there was nothing much to say. At that time, the child called Li Fuquan had asked him and the others how he got his name, but he couldn't answer. However, when they saw Xiao Yi gave them the answer. Li Longji held back his laughter. He had heard this story before, and it was a very sad story for some people. He was a step too late to look for his disciple. But now that she thought about it, the child should have been taught by Brother Yi. How could other people teach him? Normally, he would be able to memorize all the books within 2 years, including the annotations. What else could he teach? Be human? Which master wasn't good at dealing with people? Just like Qing Dai, those who could teach would definitely have knowledge as vast as the sea and as profound as the forest. Li Longji was thinking. Suddenly he asked, Gui Tsang, vast like the blue sea, gloomy like the forest. Do you know? You're talking about the depth of my master's Tao, right? If the righteous Dharma is profound, it is difficult to find the truth. It is neither born nor destroyed. It is neither the body nor the heart. It is as vast as the sea, and as gloomy as the forest. Li Gui Tsang raised his head and said it very naturally. Bai Gu and the rest were in a good mood now. When Li Longji asked just now, they were thinking hard. Before they could think of anything, they already had the answer. They really couldn't teach him. This child was already so strong that he was unreasonable, just like his senior sister and master. Good child. Li Longji raised his head and patted Li Gui Tsang's head. The little girl took a step forward and looked up. Hello to you. Li Longji tapped the little girl's forehead with his finger. He was happy to see the little girl. She was lively, happy, and mischievous. When they met last winter, the little girl's medical skills were amazing. When she found out that she didn't have long to live, she was sad and hoped that Brother Yi could change her fate. Now that the little girl was fine, it was true that fate could be changed. Li Yi walked at the side and was puzzled. You guys rushed here in a hurry. Don't you have any urgent matters? Can't you meet tomorrow? Third brother. Li Yi asked. 2 telegrams. It's about Fu Difu and the heavenly troops. Li Longji said the contents of the telegrams. It involved the work and income of other tribes. At the same time, it would affect Bohai Kingdom. Bohai Kingdom had a lot of pine nuts and Khitan had some. Khitan would send people to Bohai Kingdom to collect pine nuts. 5,000 southwest barbarians have gone there. Li Yi guessed Li Longji's thoughts. Bonli cadres should be. Song Jing asked. No conflict. I will collect as many pine nuts as there are. Large patches of wild red pine forest were not burned down and turned into fields. They are nomads and not farmers. Everyone loves to eat pine nuts. If you want to collect taxes, it's best to collect export taxes. Li looked at Bai Gu. There were a lot of pine nuts, as long as they were willing to pick them. If the quantity was large, the price would be lowered. In the Tang dynasty, the selling price was cheap, but the export price was expensive. This was because the pine nuts he imported from South America were like this. They cost a few hundred yuan per caddy. North America's imports from South America were less than 1/10 of his country's. Moreover, that North American country preferred his country's northeastern red pine nuts. His countrymen preferred the pine nuts from South America that were 10 times the price. It seemed that the imported ones were all good. Now, other places were not good, including the black pine nut production area. He could sell pine nuts to places without them. If he advertised well, he would not have to worry about sales. Collect. Xiao Yi, I support you. When Bai Gu heard that there was a tax, and it was a 30% export tax, he found Li Yi's white coat very pleasing to the eye. Is there a financial subsidy? It takes too much manpower to peel pine nuts from the pine pagoda. Li Yi followed Bai Gu's words and asked. Bai Gu thought of the pine nuts from the small pine pagoda in Lantian County. They were too small, and it was too tiring to peel them. Okay, supplement. Baigu wanted to be subsidized. Yao Chong coughed. It seemed that his throat was not good. He smiled at Li Yi and said, Xiao Yi, I still remember the good farming tools you made. Threshing and shelling. You did your best for the people of the Tang dynasty. It's nothing. I'll check your throat later. There's a lot of phlegm, right? It comes from the lungs. Even if it's tuberculosis, I'll treat it for you. Li Yi looked at Yao Chong from the corner of his eyes. It was not without a hint of threat. He turned his head and smiled at Baigu and said, Old Baigu, how much is the subsidy? Subsidy? I was just saying, why don't you think of a way to let the pine nuts be quickly peeled out? Baigu changed his words. Old Bai, let's talk about this matter alone later. 100 cows, do you think it's still? Now tell me, is there a way to quickly remove the pine nuts? Baigu refused. He quickly glanced at Yao Chong. I almost fell for it. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed. He touched Li Yi's head and said, Little brother Yi, I'll subsidize you. Third brother, you're still talking about subsidizing? I have a way. It's just threshing. Don't you have a steam engine? It's a small car. We don't need a car. We can carry a machine over. Baskets of pine towers are thrown in, and bags of pine nuts come out. It's simple. Even if we need pine nuts, we can still get them out. It's very fast. Li Yi stopped joking with everyone. There were not many things, so they had to be manually operated. More than 100,000 people went to pick pine towers, so they had to use tools. It was not cost-effective to waste manpower on pine towers. With technology, it was very simple. The old man and old lady could help to peel pine nuts, so why not let them carve the pine nut boxes? Were pine nuts more valuable, or was the beautiful packaging more valuable? It was something to be exported. Without the pine nuts, he would still send small steam engines there for other purposes. Chapter 1913. A group of people who didn't want to sleep sat together happily. Li Yi used a big pot to cook the conch from Haizhou. He didn't want everyone to eat spicy food and affect the sleep quality of the older people. The train had been running between Chang and An Luoyang to deliver things and passengers. It didn't go to Haizhou. There were ships in Haizhou. They raised conches and white clams on the ships. The people by the sea had a simple glass mirror made by Li Yi. It was more convenient to catch seafood in the shallow sea. It was written in the newspaper that they were not allowed to dive too deep. If they dived more than 3 feet, they would get sick. 10 meters was 1 atmosphere of pressure. If they stayed in that position and endured more pressure, the probability of getting diving sickness and decompression sickness would increase by a lot. If others said such things, the people by the sea would still go down to make more money. The newspaper wrote that the people were obedient. Li Dongzhu said that they had to be sensible. The fishermen in Haizhou fished them up, and the merchants transported them by ship. They raised them with seawater and let the conches and white clams spit out sand. It was like raising pigs at home. When they rushed to sell them, they were all hungry. The pigs were so hungry that they cried out, but the seller didn't feed them. Feeding them food would increase their weight. They couldn't cheat people. If they changed seawater on the ship and spit out sand, others would be willing to buy it. After buying it, it would be convenient to eat at home. If they played tricks once or twice, others would be fooled. If they played tricks again, no one would buy it. Between neighbors and the same industry, 1 would spread to 10. 10 would spread to 100. Live conches must be expensive. Baigu saw that Li Yi took the initiative to take out the conch meat with a toothpick. 10% tax. They are sold according to their size. A large pile of dead ones is sold for 2 or 3 yuan. Others can dig them out and chop them up to feed chickens and ducks. Li Yi didn't know the specific price. The price fluctuated at different times of the day. Conches were raised with seawater and sent over. The more they were raised, the thinner they became. It took more than 10 days to reach Luoyang from Haizhou. The price was high. There were conches in Bohai Bay that could go directly from the Yellow River to Luoyang. However, there were many navies in Bohai Bay. They were rich. The navies that didn't go out to sea last time built kilns with the navies that went out to sea. They burned large clay jars that could hold 34 caddies of water. They caught seafood and made it into canned food and sealed in clay jars like wine. They could also use branches to weave small baskets and cover them with layers of oiled paper to store canned seafood. Together with all kinds of dried seafood, they were transported by boat to Huku Waterfall and sold there. In winter, they set off from Bohai to Haizhou to wait for the train. The ship belonged to the Tang dynasty, so they controlled it themselves to save money. The tax paid by the Navy will be put into a separate account of the Ministry of Revenue. When the time comes, the Ministry of Revenue will allocate funds to build ships. Do the chickens and ducks get sick after eating the dead conch? Liu Yu asked. He was recalling the situation when he was the governor of Hangzhou. Hangzhou is next to the sea, but he doesn't know how chickens and ducks eat seafood. He has been in office for too short a time. Chop it up and put it there. Don't mix it with other food. The chickens and ducks will know whether they can eat it or not. Li Yi knew how the people fed the chickens, ducks, and geese. He threw them there and let them choose for themselves. This method is quite useful. Liu Youqiu felt that it made sense. More than 100,000 people are going to pick pine nuts together. With such a large group, I'm afraid there won't be enough pine nuts to pick. Li Riji knew how to eat pine nuts, but he didn't know how to pick them. I know that tens of thousands of pine nuts can be picked from one tree. The pine forest there is lush and no one picked it in the past. This year, there will be a big harvest. Yao Chong answered the question. He was very diligent in his studies. He wanted to know how to eat pine nuts, hazelnuts, and chestnuts. After that, he looked at Li Yi. Li Yi nodded hesitantly. Li Yi had never been to the Tang dynasty. The place where the heavenly troops and gully cadres were going was not Heilongjiang in the northeast. They were in Inner Mongolia and the east of the Mongolian Empire. The Little Ice Age had not happened yet, and there were no man-made logging and fire wars. There was a large red pine forest there. It was described as vast and boundless. How could they tell how many trees there were? Looking at the pine forest from the ground, how could they tell that it was vast? How far could they see from a hot air balloon? Gang Ro, a few hundred miles away, people and horses will eat. We should send the steam engine to the edge of the pine forest and peel the pine nuts to bring back. Zhang Jiling looked at the skinny conch and thought of the transportation problem. Okay. Li Yi nodded vigorously. Let's pick them first and find a place to dry them. There are at least 10 steam engines. How many tons can they produce in a day? Li Yi calculated. How many pine nuts can they produce in the forest? Just 10. We can use them for other purposes in the future. We can make pellets for horses and sheep. Bring the wheels and go there in the form of a car. If it's snowing heavily, the power wheels will be under the anti-skid chain. The non-power wheels will be under the anti-skid chain, like a carriage. Bring spare parts for places that are prone to problems. Zhuangzi will send the craftsmen to follow. Li Yi changed his plan and drove there. He didn't want to bring only the steam engine. Brother Yi, the snow and soft ground will make it difficult for the wheels to travel. The anti-skid chain is... Li Longji was listening just now. He thought of a problem. Put an extra chain on the wheels to increase friction. It's relatively useful on ice, snow, and soft places. When we move to the mountains, I'll think about the tracks and put them together section by section. In the future, whether it's the steam engine or the internal combustion engine, they will all need tracks. I have to learn about mechanical transmission. Why didn't I think that I would need to use it one day? Li Yi regretted that he didn't have a teacher to teach him. He could only look at blueprints and books. It's useful in war. Dr. Li, you've worked hard. Su'er had seen steam locomotives before, and no one would be able to defeat them on the battlefield. It's not useful in war. Who will repair it if it breaks? The most practical use is in farming. Look for planes. Li Yi shook his head. If they didn't send it to the battlefield, why would they need tanks if they had cavalry? The future battlefield would be India and the Abbasid Caliphate. They didn't need to barge into the desert. Our Tang dynasty will use light cavalry in the future. We won't give the horses armor. We use firearms in war. As long as we can run fast and the enemy can't catch up, we can fly kites. There are also landmines. We can bury them and wait for the enemy to touch them. They will explode when touched. Li smiled. He thought of the landmine battle in Hebei and the landmine battle in Shandong. He could create the landmines now. When the time comes, he can bring them to the army. After a long time, the landmines would lose their effectiveness. He didn't have to worry about cleaning them up after the battle. That's right, Li Longji thought. He confirmed that the light cavalry would be able to carry less weight and run faster. At that time, he wouldn't even need to use the MO swords. They were too heavy and heavy. From tomorrow onwards, we will recruit craftsmen. Let the news out and let the craftsmen in the vicinity understand the situation. After we move, we will conduct a lie detector test. Those who pass will stay, and those who don't will be given gifts. Not only the craftsmen, but their families will also be tested. This is to prevent anyone from dragging us down. Li Longji continued and considered the matter in detail. How many people do you want to recruit this time? Bai Gu was concerned. The Li family Zhuangzi had many craftsmen, so they could produce many good things. Everything they produced was either to increase the strength of the army or to increase the productivity. Even if they produced beautiful kerosene lamps and thermos bottles, it would still increase their income. Even with Madame Yu's skills, was it not money? For example, when Tian Orchid Pavilion